Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, board members. I look at my friend Leo Saavedra out there. Leo, this is a little like the old days. We're actually reconvening a meeting this morning. It started yesterday. Yeah, Jerry Farrington would be very disappointed, I can assure you. But we have a lot of ground to cover, and I appreciate everybody that was able to come in for the agency ops meeting yesterday afternoon. On a couple of notes, first of all, I want to remind everybody to be on their best behavior. We're on the internet. Probably need to remind myself as much as anybody else. So be careful in that regard. The other thing is, as I think certainly the board knows, and hopefully most people in the audience know, is we're going to have our 2006 Governing Board Conference November the 6th and 7th at the Radisson Suites here in Austin. And I think most of you all know how important a meeting this is. It has become for us a great time for us to dialogue with members of the Board of Regents of the university and trustees of the community colleges around the state. And then one of the, I think, more fun things we do is to present the Star Wars, which we'll do on Monday evening. That's always a very lively, fun event, and it showcases some of the outstanding programs in the colleges and universities around our state. Next, I'd like to go on into our meeting, which is the approval of our minutes for our July the 20th meeting. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Motion made by Nancy Neal, seconded by Lynn Phillips. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We have another set of minutes that we need to approve, and that is of our special call meeting September the 28th. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Motion made by Paul Foster. Is there a second? Seconded by George McWilliams. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next is to deal with the consent calendar, our non-controversial items. I'd like to be approved without comment or discussion. As you all know, if any board member so chooses to remove any of those items, please let me know at this time. If not, I will entertain a motion for approval. Motion made by Joe Hinton. Second by Whit Ryder. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Our major policy discussion today is going to be focused on the implementation of House Bill 1. I know we have talked about this both formally and informally for a few months now. And certainly speaking for myself and board members, I think we're very excited about House Bill 1 and both the challenges and hopefully at the end of this, the rewards. One of the things I'd like to do this morning is certainly commend our commissioner for his active participation in that legislation. You know, Raymond, sometimes in those dark days when you don't really think anything's going to get done and you have to say this is certainly a crazy way to do business, and you can kind of step back and look in the rearview mirror. There were some accomplishments, and I certainly believe that this is one of them. And I know that we're spending a great deal of time trying to figure out how we can be an integral part of this and certainly of its success. In that regard, we're going to have a presentation this morning by Dr. Carol Twigg, the Executive Director of the National Center for Academic Transformation. But before that, I would like to call on our Commissioner to talk a little bit about House Bill 1 and how it relates to closing the gaps. Commissioner? Good morning. Good morning. It's a short night.
Thank you very much, Chairman Shepard. In the spirit of our previous chair, we're going to collapse three items, three presentations into one, so that we'll move briskly along.
He may be listening on the internet.
It's my pleasure to report to the board this morning on staff activity related to House Bill 1. That remarkable piece of legislation passed in last spring's special session. HB 1 is remarkable in many ways, most so in the confidence it expresses explicitly and implicitly in the youngsters of Texas. By demanding of educators, both in the public education sector and in the higher education sector, that we work together to help all of our children, affluent and poor, male and female, rural and urban, white, black, and brown, House Bill 1 represents educational policy of the highest order. It also provides a framework for achieving the participation and success goals of closing the gaps. HB 1 is a complex piece of legislation, so I will note only our work on several of its most salient elements. First, I'm pleased to tell you that in cooperation with colleagues at the Texas Education Agency and the Governor's Office, we have defined college readiness simply and directly. Our definition of college readiness is the knowledge and skills expected of students to perform successfully in the workplace and in entry-level courses offered at institutions of higher education. We want most of our young people to go to college straight out of high school, but for those few that do not, we want them to know, we expect them to have a basic understanding of math, of science, of social science, and we expect them to be able to read and write fluently and think critically. We want our college readiness standards will require students to perform at a high level throughout their K-12 years. We will be moving to a 4x4 curriculum, 4 years of English, 4 years of math, 4 years of science, and we will be offering college credit courses in every high school in the state. The mechanism for ensuring rigor throughout the K-12 sector will be the vertical teams, which we will soon be implementing, and the rules for which you will be asked to approve. Vertical teams will be composed of university and community college faculty working with colleges, with colleagues, I should say, in high, middle, and elementary schools in disciplinary teams, in the language arts, in math, in science, and social studies. While these teams will be charged with creating college readiness in every school in Texas, they will also focus on strengthening academic transfer programs from community colleges to four-year institutions. Just as we want all public schools in Texas to develop college-going cultures, we want community colleges to develop strong cultures of transfer. I want to underscore the point that in their K-12 work, the vertical teams will respect the authority of the State Board of Education to establish the curriculum. The curriculum is not their focus. The vertical teams will be focusing on building appropriate rigor into the curriculum. Another key provision of House Bill 1 is the establishment of up to 3 education research centers. These university-based centers will conduct research related to the implementation and assessment of House Bill 1 activities and others, House Bill 1 activities and others associated with achieving the participation and success goals of closing the gaps. Coordinating board staff are now working on the RFP, the request for proposals, which we expect to get out next month in November, with the selection of the research centers to be made early next year. The last element of House Bill 1, which we want to call to your attention this morning, is a course redesign project, which to my mind if we are to meet the provisions of House Bill 1 and the goals of closing the gaps. For this part of the presentation, I want to give the microphone to my colleague, Carol Rainey.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, board members. We're really pleased to have with us this morning a national expert on course redesign, Dr. Carol Twigg. She is the President and Chief Executive Officer of the National Center for Academic Transformation and comes to us this morning having been the Vice President of EDUCOM, which is now EDUCAUSE, an organization that has been instrumental in helping educators really improve education processes by innovative uses of technology. She is the winner of the McGraw Prize in Education. She has been the Associate Vice Chancellor for Learning Technologies at the State University of New York and holds a PhD in English Literature from the State University of New York at Buffalo and a Bachelor of Arts degree from the College of William and Mary. And I have to tell you this morning that when she came into the office and she and Joe Stafford were talking, he said, so actually you communicate as an English major but organize as an engineer. And that's a pretty nice combination. So I'm very pleased to invite her up to visit with you this morning about course redesign. Dr. Carol Twigg.
All right. Thank you very much, Carol, and thank you for having me here today. I understand you have a tradition of moving expeditiously through your agenda, so I'm going to try to move through my presentation as quickly as possible so we'll have some time for questions. I've got slides over here, and I think you have them in your packets as handouts as well. Let me start by talking about the program that originated this idea. In 1999, our center received funding from the Pew Charitable Trust to develop a program that we call the Program in Course Redesign. And the purpose of this program was to challenge colleges and universities to redesign their approaches to instruction using technology to achieve two goals simultaneously. And that was to increase the quality of student learning, student success, while reducing instructional costs, something which at that time I would say most people in higher education said it simply couldn't be done. But this was a challenge that we set forward to colleges and universities across the country. We ended up supporting 30 projects that involved about 50,000 students annually, so it was a large-scale project. Next slide. We focused on a particular subset of courses, and these are large enrollment introductory courses. And the reason for doing this comes from a pretty interesting study at Maricopa Community College District. Maricopa at the time enrolled about 200,000 students, and they did an analysis of their curriculum. And they offer something like 2,000 independent course titles. But what they discovered was that 25 of those 2,000 course titles enrolled about 44% of their students. Okay, so these 25 courses become a natural target for redesign. It's something that you can have a large impact on students. At most community colleges, those 25 courses account for about 51 or 52% of the enrollment, and in four-year institutions, those same courses account for about 35% of the enrollment. And so these are the courses that are really critical to student success and persistence offered in the freshman year, so these seem like a very logical target for the redesign program. Just to quickly give you an indication of the kinds of institutions and the kinds of courses that were involved in the initial program, 13 of them were in quantitative areas, a lot of mathematics projects, statistics, computer programming. You see the institutions represented. 5 were in the natural sciences and biology, chemistry, and astronomy. 6 in the social sciences, 4 in psychology, sociology, American government. And then finally 6 were in the humanities, something near and dear to my heart. 2 in English composition, 2 in Spanish, 1 in fine arts, 1 in world literature. And I think what we're trying to demonstrate here is that these redesigns really will work across institutional type because we have research universities, big community colleges, comprehensive state institutions, in all of the major disciplines that are represented in the first year. First goal, of course, was to improve student learning, and what I've done here is to just present a summary of some of the data that emerged from the 30 projects. We asked each institution to measure student learning, the level of learning in the traditional format before the redesign, and then to remeasure that learning using the same instrument after the redesign. And the bottom line is that of these 30 projects, 25 of them showed significant improvements in student learning, with the other 5 showing learning equivalent to traditional formats. So no one got hurt, if you will, but in 25 of the 30 cases, we saw big gains in student learning. We were also interested in increases in course completion rates, because that's something, again, critical to persistence and staying in school. And here we're expressing this as a reduction in the numbers of withdrawals, drops, and failures. There are some of the comparative data. University of Alabama, for example, prior to the redesign, 60% of the students failed to complete the freshman math course at Alabama. And after the first full year of implementation, that number dropped to 40%. Tallahassee Community College, this is an English composition course where 46% of the students failed to successfully complete the courses. That number went to 25% in the first year. Again, the bottom line is that of the 24 institutions that were concerned about course completion, for some that was not an issue, like a Carnegie Mellon doesn't have a course completion issue, 18 of them showed improvements. Again, that persistence and success in those first-year courses are really critical to overall institutional retention. So on the quality side, we think that we showed a tremendous amount of gain. What about the other side, the cost reduction side? Most people would say, well, if you improve quality, inevitably you're going to have to sort of throw money at the problem, if you will. But in this instance, through these redesigns, we were able to reduce instructional costs by 37% on average, with a range of 15% on the low side to 77% on the high side. Again, lots of different reasons for those different numbers, because individual institutions made redesign choices based on their particular sets of students, their particular circumstances. Collectively, the 30 courses produced an annual savings of about $3 million together. So on the cost-saving side, big successes. Now, a logical question is, what happened to the savings? I mean, did legislatures come in and take this away to put it in prisons, you know, all the things that we fear? Well, in fact, what happened to the savings is that the savings were, in essence, plowed back into the institutions to enable them to do things that they would like to be able to do, but simply didn't have the resources given today's current budget climate. So some of the things that happened, they were able to accommodate more students. So, for example, the Spanish redesigns typically were able to double the number of students they could serve on the same resource base. So they could serve students that couldn't be served before. They were able to free faculty members to offer more courses at either the second-year community college level or the upper division level, freeing them from focus on the introductory courses to being able to create more diversity in the curriculum. In some instances, institutions wanted to develop new distance learning or online programs that they hadn't had the resources to do before. They were able to decrease time to graduation for students by eliminating bottlenecks, because in most institutions around the country, there'll be high-demand areas that students have to wait in order to get into the courses. But if you can increase capacity by these redesign techniques, you start to eliminate those bottlenecks. And finally, they were able to free up expensive campus space, because most of these redesigns had a combination of online learning and face-to-face learning. So in some cases, you could offer 2 classes where you could only offer 1 before because of the changing in scheduling. Okay, just briefly, I want to touch on the characteristics of these redesigns that cut across all of them. The first one is that they all redesigned the entire course. In other words, not just a single class. It's not an experiment in one professor's section of freshman composition, but rather the faculty worked collaboratively to redesign all sections of freshman composition. And here's where you get the ability to scale and have resource changes as well as greater consistency of student learning outcomes. They emphasize active learning, in other words, moving away from faculty members standing in front of a classroom presenting material to one in which students are more heavily engaged with the content of the course as well as with one another. As one of our math professors said, students learn math by doing math, not by listening to someone talk about doing math. It's sort of a simple way to express it. They all rely heavily on interactive software that is used both independently and in teams, because you'll see a great variety of ways to use software. Readily available means that these were not software development projects, but rather take advantage of materials that are available either in the commercial marketplace or from other colleges and universities, so that the faculty could focus on issues of pedagogy and course organization rather than software development. They all try to increase the amount of on-demand individualized assistance available to students, so creating laboratory settings, help rooms, online tutoring strategies, BEPA tutor programs, things that were quite innovative and enabling students to receive help when they get stuck on a problem, rather than having to wait to come to class 3 days a week. They automate only those parts of the course that can benefit from automation. In other words, faculty members make decisions about where does it make sense to use technology, where do we need to keep things as we've always done them. So mixing and matching those different techniques. And finally, they replace what we would call a single mode of instruction. In other words, individual instructors all doing the same thing in room after room after room, with much more differentiated strategies of using people. So creating new positions to support faculty in areas that are non-academic, answering questions like, when's the test, the dog ate my homework, freeing faculty to focus on mathematics or English or biology in their approaches. And the bottom line in terms of these general characteristics is that the technology really enables you to leverage good pedagogical practices. Things like giving students frequent feedback, opportunities to practice, individualized assessment, something that we've always known is really crucial to student success, but we've been able to do this with large numbers of students, and that's what the technology allows you to do. I wanted to give you briefly 2 examples of these redesigns just to get a sense of this. The 30 projects are quite varied with a lot of creativity. This is a general biology redesign at Fairfield University in Connecticut. Each of these redesigns begins with the faculty team saying, well, what are our academic goals for the project? What do we want to achieve? And this is a kind of a typical set of academic goals, really improving quality by providing greater individualization of instruction, focusing on interactive learning techniques, as I talked about before, really moving away from an emphasis on memorization, as typically goes on in these freshman science courses, to one of application of scientific concepts. Here's just a brief description of the structure before the redesign, and after the redesign, you'll see what the big change in this is that they went from 7 individual sections to 2 larger sections that were then team taught by faculty members. Students within the larger sections were divided into smaller learning teams, so students felt that they were experiencing small within large, if you will, focused on interactive applications of technology. Prior to the redesign, all of the labs were traditional wet labs. After the redesign, half were based on technology, the other were left in their traditional formats. In other words, making decisions that made sense. There you see a comparison in the cost per student. Clearly the differences involving 7 faculty versus 4 faculty. In Fairfield's case, they were able to free those 3 faculty to go on and offer advanced level courses in biology. Here's the learning results again. This is a summary. Significantly better performance both in the freshman course and in terms of content retention. They measured it into the 2nd level course. Numbers of course drops declined. Next course enrollment increased. Numbers of majors increased. Again, there's the juxtaposition of the learning results and the cost reduction. A second example, this is the Math Emporium at Virginia Tech. This is a much more radical redesign where they moved from offering 38 independent sections to, in essence, 1 large section that took place in a large computer lab that's now open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Here you see a comparison of the cost per student, a radical change. This is the 77% savings, going from $91 to $21. Go to the next slide. We also replicated the Math Emporium at the universities of Alabama, Idaho, Louisiana State, Wayne State, University of Missouri, St. Louis, and Seton Hall. One of the aspects about replicating these models, this is a picture of the Math Emporium at Virginia Tech. You'll see that students are sitting in these groups of 6 computers so that they can turn to one another for help as well as to instructors. Faculty, graduate students, undergraduate peer tutors basically walk around the lab. So if a student gets stuck, they take the red cup that's sitting next to the computer and they put it on top of the terminal, and someone comes over in essence to help get them unstuck, if you will. Now, Virginia Tech, I mentioned, saved about 77% because their students are quite talented in math, and they were very independent. When we replicated these models at Alabama and Idaho, they added back in elements. And so each one of those universities had a weekly class meeting to help form a community of learners for their students. And as a result, they saved about 30%. So the reduction was not as radical, but they felt there were other things that were needed for their particular student body. Our point is that we don't really care what the dollar figure is. We want to get people thinking in ways that are more creative about their use of resources and what the relationship is to increasing student learning. At Alabama, you see quite a radical change in student success rates. You remember I mentioned earlier that prior to the redesign, only about 40% of the students successfully completed the course. And here we're displaying data in each subsequent year of the redesign, and they're now up to about an 80% completion rate. Again, students had a longer way to go at Alabama than they did at Virginia Tech. So they were able to create a format based on what was developed at Virginia Tech, but apply it locally to their own circumstances. And that's in essence what we've done in each one of these programs, is encourage individual institutions to make those decisions about what makes sense for their local circumstances. Now, I'm sort of racing through this. You see results in learning, reductions in cost. What did the faculty say about this? Obviously, this is important and it wouldn't happen. My image of the happy dancing faculty, I found this to be pretty apt because these are some of the quotes from the evaluations. They say it's the best experience I've ever had in a classroom because if you stood in front of 200 students and lectured about introductory statistics for 20 years, I'm telling you, these redesigns are incredibly rewarding professionally. And the faculty members say the quality of my work life has changed immeasurably for the better because now, rather than simply going through the same old thing year after year, they're designers and architects of student learning experiences. They can work on the course and improve it as they move forward in the future. They also say it's a lot of work during the transition because you can imagine the planning to execute these redesigns takes a certain amount of effort. But the great advantage is that once you've gone through that process and you've established something that can be continually improved and worked on collaboratively by multiple faculty members. So a great deal of professional satisfaction from the faculty side. Just to say briefly a few words about what we've done since this initial program that was funded by Pew. We have just concluded a second program called the Roadmap to Redesign that was funded by FIPSE, the Fund for the Improvement of Post-Secondary Education. In that program, we extracted all of the lessons that we learned in the initial program so that institutions now are presented with a menu of choices, if you will. Rather than having to reinvent the wheel, we know now what works well, what things you have to keep your eye on, what are the kinds of implementation issues that you might discover. So we're offering greater supports to institutions as they offer the redesign. The Roadmap program involved 20 additional institutions and have showed results similar to the initial Pew-funded program. We were also funded by Lumina Foundation for Education to conduct a study of the impact of these redesign techniques on underserved students. In Lumina's categorization, these are African American students, Latino students, first-generation college students, low-income students, and working adults. And we produced a monograph that's available on our website in which we, in essence, found that these redesign techniques not only work equally well, in some instances they've shown to work even better with these underserved student groups. And we think we know the reasons for this. You know, simply put, rather than having to raise your hand in the class and say, this is what I don't know, you're able to get assistance and help on your own time schedule in a much more individualized fashion, and we think that students have responded well to that. We are also about to launch a new national organization called the Redesign Alliance to really create a network of institutions who have been involved in course redesign. We're happy that 4 Texas institutions are founding members of this organization, and you'll hear more about that in the coming year. And then finally, where we're putting a lot of our effort is encouraging states and systems to develop redesign programs locally, because we believe that it's great to have national models, but we think that most academics tend to respond when they can see institutions down the road from them, what they're doing, visit them, sort of feel and touch it. We're working with Hawaii, Ohio, Minnesota, Maryland, Arizona in starting these state-based redesigns, and it sounds like you have a tremendous opportunity to do something like this here in Texas. Move on just to give you, I think you have handouts. This is our website, which we encourage you to look at the materials there and take advantage of them. You'll find full descriptions of all of these redesigns, the costs and learning data displayed, lessons learned, contacts with people if you'd like to talk to them in particular disciplines or particular kinds of institutions, and we encourage you to take advantage of that website and call on us as well. Finally, let me just conclude. This is a picture that was taken when I visited LSU in the spring of 2005, and the faculty project leader labeled this Carol the Carol. This student, whose name also is Carol, was a senior at LSU, and they chose her to present, you know, the college mug to me as I visited the lab, because she had taken the required math course every semester that she was at LSU, and she had never passed it in the old format. You know, it's doing the old thing over and over and over again. But she took it in the new format in their Math Emporium, and she passed it with a C in the last semester of her senior year. And all of these statistics, of course, really boil down to the success of students like Carol and others around the country, and that's really what our message is here today, that through redesign, taking advantage of technology and learner-centered principles, we think every institution in the country can achieve these kinds of gains. So I'll stop there.
Great.
I wanted to thank you very much, Carol. It's good to see you again. I wanted to follow up on something that Carol Twigg said, and that is that we have institutions in Texas that are working on this issue and have made some very substantial progress, and that we as staff at the coordinating board are also working on this issue. And I wanted Carol Rainey to just give us a very brief update of where we are in our statewide efforts, and then open it up for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have currently identified a strategy that would involve 2 phases for course redesign. House Bill 1 mandates that we need to have at least one course available to students that has been redesigned beginning in the fall of 2007. And as Dr. Twigg can tell you, that is the blink of an eye. So our focus for the redesign effort is really to operate this in 2 phases. In the first phase, we will focus on foundational skill courses in heavy reading courses, writing courses, and beginning math courses. And then for the second phase of this, we will be issuing an RFP out of the agency, we hope in the spring, that will invite institutions to participate in redesign efforts with a larger range of courses, up to a total of 25 courses across the state that would be redesigned. We have identified beginning calculus course that will be piloted beginning in fall 2007 through the University of Texas system, a U.S. history course that has a heavy reading demand of students that will be piloted through the University of North Texas, and a composition course that will be a new design of 2 courses that have already been in a redesign process through the Dallas County Community College LaCroix Center and through Texas Tech University. So we're very excited about these possibilities.
Why don't you talk very briefly about our advisory committee for the project?
We have a group that we're calling a Jumpstart group because they're moving so quickly, and we have 10 representatives from higher education institutions, 9 actually, 10 in the group, 9 from community colleges and universities, and 1 representative from Texas Education Agency that are working with us, and we are very grateful for them.
Yeah. Can you identify, Chairman, can you identify the members, please?
Yes, let me see how many. Some of them are here. Phil Turner from the University of North Texas is here. If you'd stand, Phil. Darcy Hardy from the University of Texas. I'm not sure she's here. Steve Kinslow from Austin Community College. Juan Munoz from Texas Tech University. Joe Laser from University of Texas San Antonio. Who else I've got? If you are part of that group, if you would stand, please, in the audience.
See if you recognize them.
Yeah.
There's somebody.
There's Phil.
Carol, thank you. That's helpful, because you obviously have pointed out some people that we're used to working with and have worked with on projects before, so it's nice to see their involvement. Dr. Twigg, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
What on average, what kind of resources or capital investment do you need to make to start this process? Because obviously the savings come on the back end.
Yeah. In the Pew-funded program, we gave rather large grants. We gave grants of $200,000. Now, don't have a heart attack because this is really not necessary. Part of the reason for doing that was that we wanted to hold out a very large carrot to get institutions to participate in something that was really uncharted territory. And we had really heavy demands in terms of reporting, assessment, collecting data, because we wanted to really create a proof of concept. In the Roadmap to Redesign program, we gave no grants. Okay, so that's a big difference between 0 and 200,000. Now, that meant that institutions were able to handle the redesigns on their own resource base. We provided a lot of support. We had workshops, offered them, assistance in the planning process. Generally, what we're recommending in these state-based programs that we're involved with is to give grants of around $40,000 per institution. And what's that money used for? It's really used for faculty release time to do the planning that's involved. If you get into a situation where you want to create something like a math emporium, you may have other kinds of resource demands in terms of rehabbing space and that kind of thing. But generally speaking, institutions have been able to handle that in their own resource base, and they make those decisions about what kind of redesign to pursue based on those factors.
I'm sure my colleagues have a question. One other quick question is, under normal circumstances, what's your experience on how long?
Time frame?
Yeah, time frame.
Yeah. Generally speaking, it takes about 2 years to go to full implementation. We recommend a period of serious planning. We have a number of instruments that help institutions really assess where they are in terms of both what people are doing involved in the course, where there's duplication, where there's opportunity for change, what does it cost, and then to plan the new way. There are tasks associated with that planning, learning new software, for example, faculty training. So the planning is really important. Then we advocate that you do a pilot project within the larger course. So if you're going to make mistakes, you make them with a smaller subset of students. And in general, things will go wrong. I mean, that's part of the process. But people learn from that experience, then make revisions and move to a full implementation in the subsequent semester. So one of the tricks in this is the academic calendar. Since we can't just sort of go lickety split, depending on when you start, you might have a summer gap, or you might be able to make the transition between fall and spring, but roughly 18 months to 2 years, with support and direction.
I had a comment. I have said on several occasions that when we went through the special session, I think, unfortunately, most of the media and the press focuses on the restructure of the tax system in the state for public ed. But the most profound effect, I believe, long-term is going to be House Bill 1 as it relates to this realignment of curriculum and college readiness. We're going to see some major impact, I believe, and this data indicates that. I appreciate what you've done and look forward to working with you as we move forward in this project.
It shows there's hope. That's the thing, that we really can make a difference.
Absolutely.
Rapidly.
Ms. Burke?
Yes, Dr. Twigg, House Bill 1 obviously is about aligning peace extending. And anytime there's reform-minded individuals and programs, there's always some pushback from those that want to keep the status quo. Interestingly enough, the high schools have been all about breaking down comprehensive high schools of 2,500 into what they call SLC, small learning communities. So they're kind of going the opposite way, going into small compartments. And the public perception is, gosh, we don't have to have this big comprehensive high school or middle school or elementary school, that it's actually into small compartments. What is your experience of public perception and the K-12 perception that, for example, you went from 7 sections of less than 35 or approximately 35 to 2 sections of 140. It seems like the perception would be, well, gosh, now they're just lost in the crowd and it's this big lab instead of individual instruction. In particular, those that would be choosing smaller universities for that kind of nurturing versus a large university where you have the big lecture halls?
Excellent question. I think that in general what these redesigns do are similar to what you're describing in the high schools. In other words, simply because the section has an administrative unit of 1,500 students, within that they tend to create smaller project teams, learning teams. For example, the fine arts redesign created peer learning teams of 6 students, even though administratively it's one big section. But if you talk to a student, they'll say, well, I'm in a class of 6, because that's the way they experience the course. That coupled with, even in a lab setting like the Math Emporium sections, students still meet in small groups once a week in some of these redesigns, as well as getting a tremendous amount of individual attention. The biggest selling point, though, of course, is the big gains in student achievement, and that's really where the proof is, and the fact that student satisfaction is so much higher because they're experiencing an education that really makes them progress forward. When you look at most freshman courses, whether they're in large sections or in small sections, generally speaking, faculty members are presenting material. Not 100%, of course. But the Fairfield example where the section sizes were 35, the faculty members admitted we're lecturing in these 35 student sections. We want to create a much more interactive environment. And they were able to put people together in a larger section, team teach, but through the structure of the redesign, create small groups within that, just as in your high school example. And that's a very important value in the redesigns.
And as a follow-up quickly, what kind of outreach do you have to the high schools and to the community so that they understand that better? In the case of maybe a particular city where the majority of the students would go to that university?
Well, LSU is a good example. So they began this in their freshman courses, and now they're both moving it forward in the curriculum into more advanced math courses, as well as down into the high schools. And so establishing that base, that's what's so critical about this freshman year of college, because you can really move in both directions. Starting to talk about these new concepts and a different way of doing math. After I visited LSU, I was on the plane coming home, and the man next to me said, oh, his daughter is a freshman. And he said, we had to have tutors for her in high school because she hates math, and we thought, what are we going to do? And, you know, they're doing this new thing over at LSU, and she's getting a B for the first time. So, student success is a very powerful story to tell, and I think that's what really helps people make that transition.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody else have a question?
I wanted to say that we are going to take a look at using this model in high schools. For example, the obvious place to begin might be in dual credit courses. Those are expensive. We're always worried about how those courses will be paid for, and it may turn out that this will be a very effective use of this model in the overall picture of House Bill 1. We're also taking a look at this course redesign model in terms of developmental education. Talk about an area that cries for reform and overhaul. We're going to look at it in that regard as well. I have a couple of questions, Carol.
Okay.
My first question is, does this model seem to lend itself more effectively to one particular discipline or another? Have you had more success, or have you perceived more success, for example, in math and science as opposed to the humanities? That's
I can answer that question very clearly, and the answer is no. It really does work equally well across disciplines. Subsequent to the Pew project, which I gave you that listing, we've done redesigns in music, anatomy and physiology, graduate level education courses. We're doing Hawaiian studies in a project with the University of Hawaii. So it really does cut across disciplines, because remember, there's not a single thing that people are doing. There are many different ways to approach this, and we have lots and lots of different examples. Time only let me give you 2 of those. But what a humanities faculty decide to do may be quite different than what the math faculty decides to do, for good reason. The subject matter is quite different, but the redesigns are adapted to the disciplinary differences.
And then one final question. I asked you this before when we spoke. Given that the course redesign is heavily reliant on the availability of software, learning software, do you have some sort of process for evaluating software that's available so that the institutions can make decisions about which ones to use without having to go through the experience of trying 3 or 4 different kinds of software and then failing and then having to struggle to find the one that finally works?
Well, one of the reasons why we're trying to establish this new organization is to really create that network so people can shortcut the decision process. Now, I'm not saying every faculty member in Texas is going to just accept the word of somebody in Alabama or Louisiana, but they can certainly look at the process of what they went through. I mean, for example, most of our math projects are using the same software package. They evaluated it individually, but they ended up landing on the same package for a variety of reasons, and they can talk about that. Also, in areas where the software is not as well developed, peers can talk about what the issues are, where the gaps are. We also have relationships with all of the major higher ed publishers, and in many of these redesigns, the publishers are willing to help create new materials because they see an obvious application to large numbers of students, not only in the redesign projects, but to their ongoing customers. So we've had them write remedial portions of software, for example, where it didn't exist because it could be field tested in the redesign. So establishing those linkages to people who have had these experiences before, I think, is really critical.
Brad? Then to follow up on the Commissioner's question, in your R2R project, were there best practices among the 20 institutions going beyond the use of software, in terms of the methods used for either redesign and or transition to the new courses? Did you select some best practices based on the experience of the 20 institutions in terms of the non-technological aspects?
Absolutely. If you look at our website, we have what are the 5 critical principles to successful redesign. And you won't see technology mentioned at all. It's things like monitoring student progress, having structure within the course, not thinking of them as being self-paced, those kinds of techniques. We also have 5 redesign models because while there's lots of variation, in essence there were 5 that kind of consistently emerged. We have assessment models so that people don't have to sit down and think, well, how am I going to assess student learning? We'll say, here are 5 things that work that you can embed within the course. And so that's part of what I was talking about having this menu of options. One of the things we were testing in the R2R program was would new things emerge, and by and large it confirmed those things that had emerged from the initial program. Same kinds of implementation issues. So again, it's sort of reaffirming things that work and things that you have to watch out for.
Were there some institutions that were particularly above average performers in terms of the time of implementation?
They all more or less followed the same time schedule because, again, that academic calendar tends to be the driver. But some are obviously more successful than others. The critical elements of success were when there was a firmly rooted institutional team. In other words, the institution saw these efforts not as simply a faculty project, but had strong support from the academic administration, from facilities people, from the technology people that really worked on these projects as a team rather than being a simple, faculty championship effort. That's generally what produced the most strength.
The last follow-up, do you have quantitative data as to the square footage or percentage of space saved?
What you'll see in these reports, one institution did that quantitative analysis to illustrate what it would look like. This is the University of Central Florida that did a classroom space analysis, and they figured out how many sections they didn't have to offer, what the square footage, what the rental cost was, and put dollars and cents on it. We didn't ask everybody to do that, but I think we calculated that 22 of the 30 projects could do that calculation to show that space savings.
Could do, but haven't done
it. They haven't done it because their main savings were really in instructional personnel, and that's where the bulk of the costs are in instruction. So it's just like they could calculate the savings from retention because there are obviously savings involved in that, but we're showing differences in operating costs just to illustrate the point. So the savings, in fact, go beyond what those numbers represent.
Dr. Twigg, how many colleges and universities do you currently have in the network?
Well, we've now we've worked with 60 institutions, and we have we're launching some of these new state programs. So the University of Maryland, for example, each one of the 11 institutions in that system is going to do a redesign in the coming 2 years. Tennessee, the Tennessee Board of Regents just received a federal grant to redesign developmental education in Tennessee. The thing you mentioned, Raymond, that we're partnering with them, and that effort will begin next month over the next 3 years. So we're sort of adding as we move forward.
Laurie?
this may sound self-serving to a university, but one of the criteria, one of the indicators for whether it's U.S. News and World Report or others, is the percentage of faculty to student ratio. If that changes that, does that, I mean, because that's one of the major indicators, if you know, families that are looking at colleges look at that, how does that change that, or does that impact that?
Well, those figures, I mean, you can argue whether that's a good measure, but it exists. Those figures are overall institutional ratios, and those ratios wouldn't change because you're in essence redeploying faculty. So in the Fairfield example, the overall ratio remains the same, but they're able to offer 3 additional courses and enrich the curriculum because the faculty are redeployed. You see what I'm saying? So resources aren't being taken out of the institution that would affect the ratios. They're being used for other purposes.
So it wouldn't show like 2 to 140 instead
No,
of...
that's just, and again, remember, we're not talking about changing the entire curriculum. Think about the Maricopa example. We're talking about 25 courses out of 2,000.
Right.
Okay, so it's not going to have that kind of overall impact.
Any other questions? Dr. Twigg, we certainly thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Very exciting work that you're doing. We look at a lot of numbers on this board, and some of those were very impressive, to say the least.
Well, I hope you read and look at some of the other models, too, because they're great stories to tell, wonderful experiences for institutions.
Well, we won't leave it here, I'll assure you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks, Carol. Okay.
We'll now go to our next item on the agenda, which is matters relating to the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research. I'd like to call on Vice Chairman of our committee, Nancy Neal. Good morning.
Good morning. Our chair, Lorraine Perriman, is unable to attend today, and as vice chair of the committee, I'll take us through the agenda in her absence. Our first agenda item, 8A, is my report to the board as committee vice chair. The Academic Excellence and Research Committee last met on September 6, 2006 in Odessa on the campus of Odessa College. This is part of a 2-day series of coordinating board committee meetings, and we appreciated the opportunity to visit both the University of Texas of the Permian Basin and Odessa College. Our thanks goes to both of these institutions for hosting us so graciously. We also had a wonderful evening hosted by our committee chair, Lorraine Perriman, and her husband, Ray, while we were there. Thanks to both of them as well for making our trip to West Texas so memorable. At our September 6th meeting, the committee heard the preliminary findings from the study on increasing graduation rates in nursing. Committee members had a number of questions which have been addressed in the final draft of this report. We will hear a brief summary of the report next. Board members, you received your copy of the study by separate cover. This concludes my report as committee vice chair. Next is agenda item 8B, consideration of approval of a study to examine strategies for increasing graduation rates at professional nursing programs. The task force chair for this study, Dr. Leslie Mayran, Director of Nursing at Angelo State University, and Chris Fowler, Program Director, Academic Affairs and Research Division, will present a summary of the study's findings and recommendations. You received a full report with your agenda materials. Dr. Mayran, you have 5 minutes for your report. That's what the script said. You can take more.
Especially with Nancy being the nurse chair.
Yeah, we'll spend as much time as needed on this.
Good morning. On behalf of the task force and the coordinating board staff, it is both a pleasure and privilege to share key findings and recommendations of a study examining strategies to increase the number of graduates from initial RN licensure programs. First, Ms. Neal has asked me to make you aware of any changes based on public comment to the original draft of this report that you received earlier this month. There were a few changes, all being explanatory and not substantive to our recommendations. The most significant change was the change in the title of this report so that it reflects the bigger issue of increasing the number of RNs and not just focusing on the improvement of graduation rates. The state's nursing programs have been highly successful in attracting qualified applicants, with applications increasing by 94% since 2001. With the applicant pool now being 3 to 4 times larger than the number of seats available, the vast majority of the state's nursing programs are at capacity in terms of enrollment. Lack of qualified faculty is the most often cited reason for the inability of programs to increase the number of seats available to this ever-increasing applicant pool. Despite programs being at capacity, Texas is still experiencing a nursing shortage, and early projections from the Texas Center for Nursing Workforce Studies show that the state's nursing programs will need to increase the number of its graduates by 50% by 2010 to meet the expected demand for RNs in 2020. To meet this challenge, it is imperative that we identify strategies that can ensure that the students we admit to Texas nursing schools complete the nursing program, graduate, and join the ranks of registered nurses caring for the citizens of Texas. Nursing education is different from other disciplines in that it is essentially a two-stage process. In the first stage of the student's educational career, they complete academic, non-professional courses, and then if accepted into the nursing program or the nursing course sequence, they complete that. Thus, the need for differentiation between graduation and completion rates. There was some questions related to the use of those terms at our earlier meeting, and therefore we wanted to clarify the fact of looking at completion rates of the nursing course sequence versus graduation rates, and also with persistence rates. As part of their work, the task force analyzed completion and persistence rates, or CPR, for over 3,000 students, beginning the nursing course sequence in an initial licensure program in 2003. The results of that analysis showed that 56% of this cohort completed the nursing program within the 2 years of what we predict to be the nursing course sequence. 13% persisted after 2 years, and 31% dropped within the 2 years of the nursing course sequence. Some of the key findings, and I think this slide is a big one. Nursing students are older, with an average age of 26, compared to their counterparts in other programs, with an average age of 21. Because of this age difference, the majority of nursing students tend to have more family and financial commitments. When nursing students drop out of a nursing program, the vast majority are not doing it due to academic reasons. It is usually due to situations involving their family and or finances. Nursing school is much more expensive than other disciplines. Most financial aid programs cover the cost of tuition and fees. Nursing students face additional expenses, such as highly specialized textbooks, uniforms, background checks, testing fees, liability insurance, and the list goes on and on. Because these students are older and have families, they also have many financial commitments related to their family. A very basic one, providing health insurance for their families. Financial pressures force nursing students to work either part-time or an increasing majority full-time, many times in jobs that are demanding and in healthcare institutions. And this conflicts with their studies and increases their risk of not completing the program. Other key findings: 100% completion rate will not alone increase graduates by the necessary 50%. To reach this goal, the state must increase both enrollments and also improve on completion and progression rates. Both of these strategies will require more faculty. Nursing programs will need to increase the number of FTE faculty by 54% to meet the current projections for the number of graduates needed by 2010. That percentage does not include the number of faculty who will need to be replaced due to retirements. About 70% of current nursing faculty will reach retirement age within the next 5 to 15 years, with 22% of those faculty retiring within the next 5 years. Other key findings: less than 5% of nursing students enrolled in graduate nursing programs are enrolled in nurse educator programs. The other 95% are enrolled in advanced practice programs, such as nurse practitioner, clinical nurse specialist programs. Advanced practice nurses in Texas can earn a mean salary of $74,000 per year. Master's prepared faculty at public institutions usually earn between $41,000 and $45,000 for a 9-month contract. Nursing programs have been successful in employing advanced practice nurses to teach at least part-time. In fact, the number of part-time faculty positions have increased by 32%. However, these advanced practice nurses do not have formal preparation in the instructional competencies needed by faculty. Another finding: students who receive state financial aid for 3 fiscal years were more likely to complete or persist in the program than students who receive financial aid for only 1 year. Another finding: other than GPA and performance on standardized exams, there is little agreement among nursing programs about selection criteria that best predicts student success in these programs. Key recommendations: increasing student financial aid and services. And in terms of increasing student financial aid, we need to examine innovative ways to do this, such as work-study programs, what we call learn and earn programs. And in terms of services for students, we need to develop services keeping in mind that nursing students are unique because of their age and their family responsibilities. Another recommendation is to consider new selection criteria based on probability of completion. When almost 1/3 of qualified students do not complete a program, it's time to look at these types of criteria. However, the major finding of this study leads to a general conclusion that the state needs to make a substantial investment in preparing, recruiting, and retaining full-time nursing faculty, and that needs to occur now. Without a significant increase in the number of full-time faculty, the shortage of new RNs will sharply increase. Without adequate numbers of nurses to care for healthy, ill, and recovering Texans, the consequences are predictable. More Texans will die, more will suffer unnecessarily, more will go without care, more will seek extensive medical interventions, and the cost of care will continue to escalate. Thank you for your kind attention.
Chris, do you have anything you want to add?
No, I don't. I think she summarized it very well.
Okay. Board members, do you have questions or comments?
Just, I have a comment. The commissioner leaned over to me and said something I thought was a really good idea to explore. You know, when we've talked about Texas grants, we spent a lot of time talking about it. You know, those are kind of dished out on an equal basis, average, and if we're really talking about putting our money where our mouth is, we might want to consider looking at increasing a Texas grant, especially in these areas of shortages. And that might be something that we talk about and make a recommendation to the legislature. Well, we appeared before Senate Finance last week, and I think they were struggling and asking us for answers to questions, and in particular,
Senator Nelson was very interested in this area. She was interested in the JAMP program and the nursing program, and asked questions about that specifically, and wanted to know what our suggestions were. And so, I mean, I think it's certainly worth exploring. I think there is some possibilities. But that might be something that helps on the financial side of this.
It struck me as we were listening to Dr. Twigg and the course redesign, I just wrote myself a note, maybe they need to address nursing course redesign. If we're going to be that short of faculty, that year mentioned is not very far away. And this is not just acute, this is critical in the ability to keep on producing the level we are. This isn't just talking about future growth, this is talking about maintenance. I mean, if we're losing 22% of our faculty in the next 4 years or 5 years, that has faces on it. I mean, we're talking serious issues with this. And I wasn't tongue-in-cheek. I mean, maybe we do need to look at course redesign at the nursing school level. Something's going to have to change. One of my questions was, if we had the faculty, do most of these almost 100 programs, do they have capacity to increase their numbers? Is it driven primarily by the lack of funding, probably, for these faculty members? I know it's a shortage of prepared people, but if we could solve this through the legislature and get more funding, do most of the programs have capacity to go from 100 students to 120 or 140? Do you have that answer?
I believe they do have the capacity to increase if they have the additional faculty. Yes.
And my question, Mr. Commissioner, is what are we going to do with this report? I mean, it's not just going to be filed. I mean, are we going to put teeth with it?
We are. We have a charge from the Senate Finance Committee. Senator Nelson in particular said that we should go back and take a look at model programs from around the country and figure out ways to increase particularly the number of nursing faculty that are available. And I happen to know of models in for example, in Georgia, where private hospitals have charged their professional nursing staff to spend a part of their time as faculty in nursing programs, and they've been able to increase the number of nursing graduates they can produce. So we're going to look at those kinds of models, as well as course redesign, as well as a differential in the amount of the Texas grant for students in critical fields like nursing. And that responds to your question that nursing students typically are older, they have more family obligations, and we need to make sure that they stay in school and complete their training.
I don't know how we're going to fix faculty salary.
Well, that's
the big one.
Madam Chairman, along that line, as a former member of the Tarrant County Hospital District, where we constantly have fight and still fight for filling vacancies of nurses, I know that we've got a program with UTA Nursing School where some of our nurses are, in fact, volunteering to, and the hospital district's paying them to participate as faculty members. I think that's something we as a coordinating board need to look at, is maybe talking to the Texas Hospital Association in terms of this is a critical need across our state. They have a vested interest in that, and a vested interest in resolution of that problem, and pull those the institutions of higher learning with that have nursing schools with hospitals, and see if we can't come up with some innovative solutions to increase faculty. That's the key thing. I think there's a real demand for people to go into nursing. It's just not the faculty's just not there, and we need to find some way to put some incentives. I think Senator Nelson was talking about that the day before yesterday, Bob, in terms of some incentives to whether it be with the hospitals or through the business community, to increase that funding, not just through the legislature. I think we've got to look at other sources as well.
Any other questions? Lori?
Yeah, there are some models in California for school districts that have their graduates that go into colleges of education and then come back and teach in those school districts, and they do loan forgiveness. And to kind of tag on to what you said, Neil, it seems to me that the hospitals would have a tremendous incentive to partner And so that the drain is not simply on Texas grants, but that there's a collaborative, and that there's a model where when these students graduate, that the hospitals will either do loan forgiveness or signing bonuses or some sort of an incentive to get them through, to nurture them and help them through, and then get them into their hospitals. And that seems like it would not be just a drain on the legislature and on our current structure of finance, that it would be something that they would want to do.
Some of the hospitals are doing that. In fact, the Tarrant County Hospital District does provide educational funding and loan forgiveness if someone comes and then they commit to come back and become a nurse for a certain period of time. So there are some models out there that are happening. We just need to coordinate it and increase the scale of what's happening.
And kind of to follow up on that, Dr. Maynard, did your study estimate what the cost would be between now and 2010 to attract the number of needed faculty at market salary rates? What that incremental cost increase would be? Try to put a scale on it.
Very, very preliminary and very just kind of testing out there. If existing faculty earning less than $50,000 were given a $5,000 raise in the next biennium with $2,500 in fiscal year 2008 and an additional $2,500 in fiscal year 2009, it would cost the state approximately $10 million. And that's for salary increase. That doesn't include necessarily the benefits that go with that. But
that's a retention issue.
And so that would be the cumulative 7,500 over 2 bienniums. Did I hear you right?
It would be additional 5,000.
5,000.
Oh, I thought you said 2,500 in the
per year of the biennium.
2,500 per year of the biennium. Yes.
So that may be only a third of what's really needed to compete with the prorated annual salaries that I heard you mention.
Now, another question is, this says in 05, 77% of nursing faculty had masters and 22% had doctorates. From an institutional standpoint, Commissioner, when you look across the state, do we have sufficient programs, both at the master's level and the doctorate program, to address these needs today?
I'm not sure that we do at the doctoral level. The doctoral is a fairly recent development in nursing education, but I think we certainly have enough nurses at the master's level if we could simply attract them into teaching. But that pay differential has been a huge obstacle for us to overcome.
Any other questions or comments?
Laurie, in response to what you had said, in our area of the world, we actually have, I know of at least a couple of hospitals that are paying the faculty salaries at local universities for the nursing program. So, Neil, it probably is a good idea to talk to the hospital association and do a little inventory and see what's going on out there, see how we can be helpful in that area.
Well, and if we could give them some models to share throughout the state.
Right, absolutely, yeah.
Any other questions or comments? You've heard the recommendation on this item. May I have a motion for approval?
So moved. Second.
Lori Ricker has moved. Lane Mendoza made a second. Any other further discussion? All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries. Agenda items 8C through 8E are on the consent calendar. Agenda item 8F1 is a request from Texas Southern University for a Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy degrees with majors in Administration of Justice. Joe Stafford will explain this item and give the staff recommendation, which is also on the goldenrod colored supplementary agenda item. Joe?
Thank you. With these 3 programs, the board will have approved 64 new ED and PhD programs at public universities since January of 2000. That's a significant increase in doctoral program capacity. And we're now faced with the challenge of ensuring that we achieve the scholarly excellence that goes with those doctoral programs. To that end,
Staff has made some changes and will probably make some more in our internal processing. We've now begun using 3 outside experts rather than 2 to review the programs. And in this set of recommendations, we're recommending to you that 3-year progress reports for new doctoral programs be replaced with 5 annual reports. You'll see that condition on the goldenrod sheets in front of you. In March of 2005, the Graduate Education Advisory Committee began working on several proposals to strengthen graduate education. And I had the good fortune of chairing that committee for a while until I retired and handed it off to Sandy Terrell. Is Sandy here by any chance? Sandy has done a fantastic job of taking over, and Mitch Musum is now the co-chair. Mitch here by any chance? Anyway, 2 great people that are leading that committee. The GIAC's working on some strategic plans for graduate education and on information and accountability systems that will help both the prospective students and the public address the quality of the programs. And they're going to give us more advice on procedures and standards for reviewing programs. But I wanted to mention all of that to put these proposals in a bit of context as we present our recommendations to you. These are three programs that we recommend approval. The Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy degrees with majors in Administration of Justice at Texas Southern is recommended for approval with the condition of these 5 annual reviews that I've just mentioned, and with the condition that 2 more senior faculty members be employed before students are brought on board. The addition of 2 faculty members will bring to 9 the number of research scholars capable of mentoring students in the dissertation phase of their study. And that faculty recruitment would be completed in the spring of 2008. Students would begin enrolling in the fall of 2008. I believe there are representatives from the university here to respond to any questions you have.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. I'd like for them to address the financial side of this, their ability to be able to handle the finances. Do we have a representative here today?
Dr. Alford on my staff is also available for those kinds of questions.
Okay.
I don't know, is the mic on?
Yes.
I'm Helen Green. I'm a member of the Administration of Justice faculty. This is the Dean.
Theo Harrington, the Dean of the School of Public Affairs at Texas Southern University.
I'm certainly not in a position to address the financial issues.
Okay. Joe, you said we do have somebody on the staff that could talk about that?
Roger, it's Dr. Roger Alford, and he's the person who's done the most detailed analysis of it. I'm afraid to speak. He probably knows a lot more about it than I do.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We have looked at the finances that are available for this program and expect that with the cost of the 2 senior faculty that we think are needed to bring the faculty up to a size that will be able to accommodate the doctoral students, that they have finances that can support the program. And the institution has made commitments as well to support this program.
Are there any other questions? You've heard the staff recommendation on this item. May I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Mr. Fred Heldenfeld has moved approval. Is there a second?
Second.
George McWilliams has seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Agenda item 8F2 is a request from the University of Texas at Dallas for a Master of Science and Doctor of Philosophy degrees with majors in criminology.
Well, the Master of Science and the Doctor of Philosophy with major in criminology at UT Dallas is also recommended with the 5-year annual progress report.
while the Texas Southern program you just approved focuses on the administration of justice systems, the policing, the courts, and the penal system, the Dallas program focuses on the conditions that foster criminal behavior and the policies that reduce crime. It's more a sociology-based program as opposed to an administration program. And I know that there are also representatives from Dallas here.
Are there any questions of anyone who has a question on this proposal? Lori?
I should have asked this before on the other proposal, but in regards to all of them, not just the first one or the second one, but all three of them, is something taken into account for duplication of programs at nearby universities? Is that something that you all look at?
We do, in fact, look at duplication, but it's rarely a problem in these situations. The capacity of an institution to handle doctoral students becomes a limiting factor, and that really is the limit is at the level of mentoring through the dissertation. It takes about one faculty member per student in that final phase, so you quickly run into limits on how many doctoral students you can handle at an institution. Consequently, duplication is not much of an issue. What is an issue is just how many do we need in the state as a whole.
Yes, I wanted to follow up on Joe's response. At the doctoral level, the market is usually either statewide or national. And so the real issue is not so much duplication of program, but rather the placement rates of individual programs. And if programs are placing their students, whether in Texas or somewhere else, and that's usually an indication that the program is competitive and of sufficiently high quality. And I'll make some comments after we go through these programs that are being proposed here, but we're going to take a closer look at placement rates for existing programs as a way to determine whether institutions should develop more programs. But once again, duplication is not as important as market forces.
Well, and also the quality, which would look at the indicators that the institutions themselves throughout the state have established for the accountability system.
That's correct. Although placement rates also are an indication of quality.
Mm-hmm.
Just had a question that applies to all three of them too. I think the recommendation to require annual reports for 5 years is a good one. But what are the consequences if the first, second, third year annual report shows that the program is falling behind its performance projections?
I think that's what we're probably going to have to bring back to you at some point. Really, what I'm hoping is that by monitoring closely from year one, we will never get one of those really bad consequences. The problem with waiting until 3 years is it can kind of get out of hand. So far, we haven't seen any of that, but by watching and starting with year one, we can help take corrective actions, line up partnerships with other institutions, bring in outside consultants to identify solutions and things of that sort. I hope what we will be doing is finding answers to problems early and fixing them so that we never get to the dire consequences of having to bring something back to you. But should that be the case, you have the authority to shut down a program.
Thank you, Joe. You've heard the staff recommendation on this item. May I have a motion for approval? Motion made by Neil Adams. Second. Seconded by Lynn Phillips. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Agenda item 8F, number 3, is consideration of a request from the University of Texas at El Paso for a Doctor of Philosophy degree with a major in chemistry. Will you please give us background, Joe?
Sure. The Doctor of Philosophy in Chemistry at UT El Paso is also recommended for approval with the same 5-year annual reviews. This program builds on their PhDs in material sciences and engineering and in environmental science. So they have had chemists working in PhD level programs for some time. So it's a logical extension of what has become a much stronger chemistry program. And I know that, again, we have Vice President here to respond to questions.
Are there any questions, comments, discussion? You've heard the staff recommendation for this item. We have a motion for approval. Elaine Mendoza moved approval. Lori Bricker seconded. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The next two items, agenda item 8G and 8H, are on the consent calendar. Agenda item 8I, consideration of approval of a request from the University of Houston for an off-campus higher education unit has been formally withdrawn. I neglected when, I hope Dr. Mayron's still in the room, I did want to say thank you to her and to staff. At the Odessa meeting, we drilled them pretty hard and asked a lot of questions about this nursing study from our committee. And my compliments to them for answering all of these and coming back with good responses, and we appreciate their hard work. Mr. Chair, that concludes the business of the Committee on Academic Excellence and Research.
Before we move on to the next item on the agenda, we have a couple of new colleagues in the audience, and so I'd like for them to stand if they're here when I call their name. The new president of the University of North Texas, Dr. Gretchen Bataille. Gretchen, are you here? Welcome. We're happy to have you. And the new president of Cisco Junior College, Dr. Colleen Smith. Colleen, are you back? Commissioner?
I just wanted to say that I wanted to add my personal welcome to President Bataille. Gretchen and I have known each other for a long time, back in the days when we were scholars of American ethnic literature. We used to run into each other regularly at conferences, the Modern Language Association and others, and we were also colleagues while she was in the University of California system. I've known her, as I say, for many years, and she's a wonderful scholar, a wonderful educational leader, and Texas is lucky to have her. Welcome, Gretchen.
Commissioner, you look so much older than she does. To be a colleague.
Well said.
Our next item on the agenda is matters relating to the Committee on Strategic Planning. Call on Chairman Adams.
Mr. Chairman. Items on strategic planning are under agenda items 9. The items, sure, I've got my agenda package in appropriate order here.
You're starting off like I did yesterday.
I am, and I've got my pages are out of order. That's what I get for trying to do something different. Bear with me. I'll get there.
We'll go get Linda or whoever else we need to.
There's
Susan right there.
Susan there. Let me get here in a minute. Under the chairman's report, I want to comment on a meeting that we had recently. It's a task force that Chairman Shepherd and I have put together with Commissioner Paredes to study capital funding in this state. That committee met recently, and actually we have our second meeting scheduled for December the 11th. One of the things that Chairman Shepherd and I have talked to the leadership of this state, the governor, the lieutenant governor, the speaker, Senator Ogden, Senator Zaffarini, and Chairman Morrison, is in going through the special session and the TRB frenzy, as I refer to it, and we've gone through it seems like every session, and it continues to escalate. And it continues to escalate because the needs continue to escalate at the local institutions and campuses, and those numbers continue to escalate. If we're going to close the gaps and add 630,000 students by 2015, that's going to have a significant impact, and is having a significant impact on the infrastructure of this state. When we met in November with the group, and I want to share with you the names of the people on that task force. And the reason I want to do this is I want to encourage each of you to share with us through the Commissioner's office, and maybe your colleagues, as these folks are identified as being a part of this task force. We want to come forward to the legislature in this next session and to the leadership of this state with a legislative proposal to deal with capital funding, and to deal with it in a meaningful way. One of the major issues right now is, in going through the current process, there is no meaningful way for you to plan your capital structures over a on a long-term basis. It's a year-to-year, hit-or-miss basis. We need to put some structure into it, but at the same time be flexible. We believe that there ought to be at least a 10-year cycle, that there ought to be reliability, that institutions ought to be able to understand at a period of time down the road that those funds are available to you. And let me name the members of that task force. Dr. Jesse Rogers, Midwestern State University, Debbie Basden, who's with Stephen F. Austin State University, James Hooten with Texas A&M University, Ray Keck with Texas A&M International, Kim Williams with Texas Southern University, Roland Smith with Texas State University, Bill Segura with Texas State Technical College System, Jim Brunges with Texas Tech University, Ann Stewart with Texas Women University, Don Foss with the University of Houston System, Lee Jackson, the Chancellor of the University of North Texas System, and Scott Kelly with the University of Texas System. That's a very excellent group of folks that we had one meeting. As I said, I would encourage you that if you have ideas about capital funding and a better way to go about our business in that area, we certainly welcome that input. As Bob and I started that meeting, we have no preconceived ideas about what's the best practice. One of the things that we focused on is Chancellor Jackson, when he was chair of the Chancellors and Presidents Council, commissioned a study to see what the other 50 states were doing in the way of capital funding. He shared that information with the task force, and we're looking at a number of those issues. We've asked the staff and the commissioner to come back at this next meeting with some proposals and some pluses and minuses about each one of those proposals, and hopefully looking at some unintended consequences related to each one of those proposals. We believe that this is something that's we've got to bring, when we're dealing with the dollars and the magnitude of the dollars, but more importantly the need to meet the closing the gaps with appropriate infrastructure at appropriate time. We need a better system, so we will keep you posted as we move forward on that. Each year at this time, a presentation is made of the preliminary headcount and enrollment, and Susan Brown is going to give us a quick report on the preliminary fall 2006 enrollment. Susan?
Thank you, Ms. Hodge.
Do we have a sheet?
You should have a copy of the overheads in your packet in front of you.
Okay.
Talk about the fall 2006 enrollment. One of the things that's important to remember is that these are preliminary headcount enrollments. They will usually drop about 6% from the numbers you see here, and that varies by sector. Generally, the community college sector will drop a little bit more because their students might have a harder time paying by the 20th class day. Next slide. So here's where the breakout came from the headcount enrollment. Public universities were up slightly, a little over 1%. Two-year colleges up 3.5%. Health-related 3.7%. Even though percentage-wise the health-relateds are up higher, the number is still very small. And that's about what we expect for the health-related. 80% of that growth is at the community colleges. We've been saying with closing the gaps that we expect overall that 70% of the growth will be at the community colleges. This is the one-year growth. This is 80%, which actually is moving us closer to that 70% being coming from the community college sector. Next slide. This map shows regionally where the growth has come from, mainly the Metroplex in South Texas. As you can see in the preliminary, the High Plains actually is about 0, minus 2 students. We'll say stable. In the Southeast, about as stable as you can get. The Southeast Texas, you will see that they had a 2.3% drop in enrollment. We have talked to the institutions in that area. A lot of that actually has to do with the Hurricane Rita, students not coming back. The head count last year was taken before Hurricane Rita. The effects of Hurricane Rita, students had been felt, and then that's showing up this year. So the drop this year is actually due in a large part to the Hurricane Rita students. The growth at the Metroplex in South Texas is encouraging. One of the things that we have been disappointed in, we expected a much higher growth in the Gulf Coast than we got. The 1.3% is actually a very small amount. By ethnicity, Hispanic growth was 61% of the increase, which is good news. The bad news is that it still has not reached the 2005 closing the gap target, and these are the 2006 numbers, so we are still falling far behind. In the South Texas, which is the area, one of the areas that had the largest growth, here's how it shows Texas Southmost and South Texas College, which are two of the community colleges down there, each had over 2,000 increase. UT San Antonio had 1,000, and International had almost 700 increase. So these are some pretty good size increases. In the Metroplex, once again, it was at the community colleges where most of the increase showed up. Tarrant County Community College District and Dallas County both over 2,000. In Collin County, almost 1,000 increase. Since 2000, this is what the trend line looks at. You'll see the red line, which is our closing the gaps target, takes a dramatic shift up from 2005, so it's not a straight line. That's when we reset the closing the gaps targets to adjust for the change in the population projection. The increase since 2000 has been the 226,000 enrollment, which still overall has us above that line, but as you can tell, and the next slide will show this even more, we had huge increases in 01 and 02, and then it's been dropping. Now, the good news is that, whoops, and this slide didn't get changed. We had some last-minute adjustments from institutions, and so it's actually the 26,000 preliminary number at this point. Those numbers have been changing almost on a daily basis. So it's actually 26,000, which is still double what we had in enrollment from last time, but it's not what we are wanting to see. Go to the next slide. Part of that, we're still in the process of figuring out why we're not growing as fast as we had been. Part of that we think might be a shift from the universities to the community colleges. This graph here shows the community colleges in I don't have mine in color, in yellow, and the universities in red. In the late 80s, early 90s, there were some large increases in tuition and fees, and as you can see, that's where the community colleges took over and started actually enrolling more students than the universities. And then again in the early 2000, 2003, 2004, you can see the university line kind of flattening out again, and the community college line continuing to increase at a quicker pace. So we're thinking that's part of it. We're also looking at some persistence rates. Go to the next slide. As I mentioned earlier, we had a drop in Rita from the Hurricane Rita just now showing up. We've starting to do some look at persistence rate, changes in persistence rate, graduation rate increases, which is a good thing. However, that means the students are getting out, so you're not having as many enrolled for as long. So that may have a little bit of an effect in the increased number of students. The good news that we've had there is that both at the community college level and the university level, the graduation rate has been increasing. And the 5-year graduation rate over this time period at the universities has actually increased 8 percentage points. The 6-year and 4-year rates have not gone up as high, but the 5-year rate has done an amazing shift. We also are going to look at the number of stop-out students coming back into the pipeline. And those are students who have been in college and coming back. We did a study about 3 or 4 years ago, and we had seen a dramatic increase in the number of stop-outs coming back into the system. And we're trying to see if the economy is playing a role by those students continuing to work and not coming back into higher ed. And so we're doing some look at that. We're also seeing fewer new students coming from the high schools. We actually had, in 05, we had a smaller number of high school graduates, but the percent of high school graduates going into higher ed went up, and so that it remained fairly level. And in the past, that has been a number that's been going up. Just in summary, the increase is more than 2 times what we had last year, which is good news. 80% of the growth was at the community colleges. The Hispanic enrollment continues to be a major point that we need to look at. And we're going to continue doing some study, and I know we'll be working with the Outreach and Success Division to see what we can do to help in that area.
Any comments or questions on Susan's report, Nancy? Okay, Lori? Sorry, I saw a hand over that way. Couldn't see in the dark.
How has the dual credit program enhanced the numbers of community colleges and universities participating?
It mainly has an effect at the community college. Most of our dual credit students are at the community college, and that has been one of their big growth factors. In looking at the average age of students, the average age at the community colleges has actually gone down. And that's because you're averaging in all of those high school students. So I think we're, last time I looked, about 50,000 of the enrollment at the community colleges is actually dual credit high school students.
And I think I know the answer to this, but are we tracking those students taking dual credit and then looking at when they enter the universities? Is there a way to do that?
We have started doing a little bit of that. Part of our problem is getting the TEA data for dual credit to match up to ours, because students can take dual credit. One thing, they can take it online, so we're not sure exactly where they're enrolled. They can take it out of state and get dual credit for it. So we're trying to get those numbers, and we've gone back and forth on that. I'm trying to get those aligned with the TEA data. We're working on that. We think we've got most of that worked out. And we've been looking at not only dual credit, but AP and IB courses at the same time, and considering that as a whole group. And those students do go on to college, but they also go out of state more often. They're better prepared, and we've just gotten some out-of-state data, and we're going to look at that and include that in the mix.
Ms. Neal?
It is me. Susan, you alluded to the fact of number of high school seniors. So we do track what the graduated public ed. My question is, of the public ed, what is the percentage of college going?
In Texas,
like last year?
Last year it was 45%.
It's way below, that's way below.
way below what it should be. It's only
But have we ever had, in that year when we had the big numbers, with the percentage?
No, it was
of
44%.
Really?
The big number of increases were actually, a lot of that had to do with students who had been enrolled and coming back into the system. It was not high. It's been for the last, I think, 7 or 8 years, it's been right around 44, 45%.
Not even 1 out of 2.
Well, the mandatory curriculum for high school too is just now.
It hasn't kicked in.
It really hadn't. We haven't seen the effect of, I don't think, of what that's going to be since.
I hope it's positive.
A number of course, the schools implemented that early, as Laurie and Nancy and I know, but a number of them did not. And it's now mandatory, and I think we'll begin hopefully to see some effect on that. George, did you have a question?
Yeah, Susan, from 2004, 5, and 6, we got some dramatic changes. But do you have an idea of what's behind that?
It's hard. The 2006 is very hard because we only have preliminary numbers, so we don't have all of the information that we usually collect on students yet. So for the 2006, we're giving you very gross sort of numbers and categories at this point. Between 04 and 05, we looked at it, and that's when the big tuition and fee increases came. And those tuition and fee increases were not just at the universities. I mean, community colleges also increased their fees in tuition, and we had one of the community colleges this time doubled their out-of-district tuition. So, and they dropped, because I called them, they dropped about 600 students at that community college, and they had figured they would, based on the increase in their tuition and fees. So we're not sure if it was a sticker shock sort of thing. We're going back and we're doing some looking at that 04 to 05 and see what happened. And we're hopeful that it was a one-time blip, but we don't know for sure at this point. But we are looking at it, and we're going to hopefully work with Dr. Murdoch at UT San Antonio to see if he can show us something in the demographics that might have accounted for some of that.
Ben?
Susan, can you talk a little bit about the Hispanic growth? I'm not sure how exactly to frame this question, but how much of the growth can you tell how much is related to closing the gap efforts and how much is just demographic increase?
It's real hard to tell at this point. We haven't done the studies that we need to pinpoint where the go centers are, where the campaign's heaviest versus what is just part of it's very hard to tell because you have the go centers in the area where you have the highest population increases at the same time. So what is the driver? Is it the go centers working there, or is it the population increase working there? And so trying to distinguish between that is going to take more study than we've done at this point.
Laurie?
What kind of outreach have we done to the private school associations to begin to track their percentage of college-going students? If in fact 9 to 10% of our population of students are in private schools, and assuming that maybe a higher percentage are graduating from those schools and going to college, how do we track them?
Right now, there is none of the ones that we have found yet. A private school association collect information on a student-by-student basis that would allow us to track them the same way we do the public high school students. And that is part of the problem. A lot of the private high schools are not inclined to provide us with their individual student data.
Is there a precedent for other states that do that?
I have not heard of any that have private high school information.
Because it seems like that would really,
it probably could be some really good numbers.
Yeah.
We just don't. We've been looking and have not been able to find a good way to get individual student data on the private high school information.
What about working with TAPS, to ask them to aggregate it and then just provide aggregate numbers?
We could ask them to do that.
I can understand why individual schools
don't want to do that yet. And they may have some FERPA issues. I mean, the
public schools.
They wouldn't have
FERPA issues.
They wouldn't have a FERPA issue though related to just gross numbers there.
No, not giving us gross numbers, and I don't know how.
But I think that's a good point, is to go through that.
Perhaps we can find some advantages to them.
Right.
In that core
To
report.
show that.
Other comments or questions? Thank you, Susan. Pages back in order. I overlooked something, is identifying the fact that we had 3 items on the consent agenda. Item 9C was consideration approval of 2006 plan for text higher education. Update of the plan that was adopted by the board in 2004. You have that in front of you. That was on consent. Agenda 9F was consideration of adopting amendments, section 13102 of the board rules concerning financial planning. And then agenda item 9H, consideration of annual report on progress toward closing the gap. We have a copy of that report for you there. Next items are in item 9.
Mr. Chairman,
I apologize.
on
Yes.
those consent, can we comment on the consent?
Absolutely.
Okay. I would just like to suggest that maybe as a board staff workshop or something where we might study this regional plan a little more and rely on it more, because there's a lot of good work in here.
Correct.
So that we might be mindful of these things and use them when we have applications for branch campuses and so forth.
Okay. Very good.
I know you did, the staff, but I think there's a lot of
The board needs
there's
to
sort
focus
of a
on
lot
that.
of policy hidden
Absolutely.
in here, or that might be brought out.
And I would encourage the board that if you've not really thoroughly reviewed that, you ought to. That is well done.
That's a good point.
Other comments or questions on any consent items? Okay, next items are under item 9D. The next item is consideration of facilities requiring board approval. We have several large projects on the agenda today. The committee saw presentations at the September meeting. We need an opportunity, though, to have an opportunity to ask questions on any of these projects. The first project is a request of the University of Texas at Austin to construct the Dale Pediatric Research Institute. Mary Ann Rankin and Bert Kleiman are here from the University of Texas at Austin to answer any questions you may have, if they would come forward. Dr. Rankin made a very thorough presentation at our committee meeting in Odessa. We appreciate that. Recommendation of staff on this particular project is approval. It meets the, it actually does, we didn't really get into the standards on this one, Susan, but
Yes, it meets all.
it meets all of our standards. Does anyone have any questions? Chair will entertain a motion. Motion by Roy Brecker, second by Joe Hinton. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you very much.
The next project is from the University of Texas Health Science Center at Houston. It is to reapprove, construct replacement of the research facility. Michael, I think, Tamati is here from the UC Health Science Center in Houston to answer any questions. This is also a recommendation of approval. We had a presentation again in Odessa, very thorough in terms of this presentation. This project also meets all of the board's standards. Comments or questions on this project? I'll entertain a motion. Motion by Mr. Foster, second by Ms. Neal. Comments or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. The third project today is a request from the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center to reapprove renovate backfill phase 3. I believe Dave Dixon is here to answer questions if you have any of those. This is recommended for approval from the committee. And again, this project as well meets all of the standards of the board. Questions? Chair will entertain a motion.
So moved. Second.
We have a motion by Lynn Phillips, second by Lane Mendoza. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. The fourth project is a request from the University of Texas Medical Branch, Galveston. I'm sorry, just did that. No, that's it. Yeah, that is that. Yeah, it is. Okay. Okay. We have reapproved construction of Galveston National Laboratory. Richard Moore from UT Medical Branch is here to answer any questions. This is also a project that's coming forward from the committee with approval. It meets the standards of the board.
I move for its approval.
Okay. Motion to have a second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Shepherd, second by Ms. Phillips. Any questions or comments? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations and good luck to you. Fifth item is from Texas A&M University to reapprove construction of General Services Complex. Dan Kennedy from Texas A&M's here. This is also being brought to you as a recommendation for approval from the committee, and it does meet the board's standards. I have a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Heldenfeld, second by Lane Mendoza. Any questions or comments? All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Congratulations. The next project is from the University of Texas at San Antonio to reapprove construction and renovate the University Center expansion phase 3. The institution requested a project cost of $33 million. In September, the committee approved the cost of $28.3 million. Pending coordinating board staff additional review and recent costs. Dave Dixon from UT System is here to present some updated information.
Thank you, Chairman Adams. I appreciate the introduction. I also have with me Charles Lampy, who is the Director for Planning and Development at the campus. In the audience, we have the Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, Dr. Ambrosino, and the Executive Director for the University Center, John Kalfas. Excuse me. I appreciate the time today. I'd like to give just a very brief update on the project's history, the impact of construction costs that we've seen over the last year and that we anticipate over the next couple of years on this important project. And I'd like an opportunity to correct the building cost, details of which are shown in your handouts. A little bit of history first. The expansion, this project is the expansion to the current University Center. That University Center was built in 1986. The current project purpose is to provide additional space for the students and student organizations. And it, as has been stated, meets all of the coordinating board standards except for the standard on cost. What I'll talk about today is how we believe this project does fall within those costs if reasonably escalated. This particular slide shows some of the history of the project. It's currently a $33.3 million project, but it started out in July of 2005, was approved by this board at $25.2 million. We did the project just after the Katrina and Rita events and, of course, the global escalation that we've seen in construction commodity costs. We're disappointed to get only 2 proposals during that bidding process, the lowest of which came in at more than $8 million over budget. We've gone through 6 months since then and we've dropped the competitive seal proposal delivery process and moved into a construction manager at risk delivery method, which we believe will help us attract both higher quality and more receptive subcontractors, as well as giving us an opportunity to work with the contractor to impact the design and reduce the cost further. Again, a little bit of history, as the chairman mentioned, the Committee on Strategic Planning, approved this project at its maximum range of 28.3 based on, again, the cost range for the coordinating board. Next slide, please. So how construction cost impacted this project? Again, some ancient history for some of you. Before the Katrina and Rita and global buildup, we were seeing cost escalation within the statewide projects, University of Texas system, of around 4% a year. This was a good market for both buying and buildings. OFBC, with the University of Texas, has developed and maintained a database of construction costs for our campuses. We have dollars per bed numbers, dollars per square foot for various building types in various parts of the state. Using Association of General Contractor estimates and projections, data from Engineering News Record, and of course interviews with some of our most trusted contractors. After the Katrina event in January, we heard from them that they were projecting between 5 and 12% inflation for this year, 2006, and for 2007. We developed at that time and reported to our board an 8 to 10% escalation for 2006 and 2007, again related to the data that we were collecting. Interviews just last month indicate, and our database also indicates, that inflation has proceeded in 2006 at a much increased rate of 10 to 15%, depending on where you are in the state. As you might expect, Houston and Dallas are at the lower end of that, around the 10% level. El Paso, interestingly, is about 12%. Austin and San Antonio are at the high end of that, 15%. So you're talking about more than 1% per month for 2006, and that's what we're seeing for our proposals for 2007. Part of that's pretty obvious, and I think most folks are familiar with the increase in the commodities worldwide. We've seen increases as shown here. We've also shared additional information with the coordinating board staff that I'm sure could be made available should you be interested at all. Next slide, please. Some of it's not so obvious, though. Interestingly enough, the commodities, construction material and such make up about 45% of any particular project. The rest, of course, is skilled labor. The San Antonio and Austin market, as you note here from the Engineering News Record, is one of the top 10 national fastest growing markets. This has led to, especially in Central Texas, difficulties in attracting subcontractors for the tougher jobs, the jobs that are related to higher education projects. I've shown a few examples there of some difficulties that San Antonio projects have seen, and certainly some of the reason for that is the big push both from outside higher education, inside higher education, and even more specifically UT System, who's looking at, over the next 2 years, more than $750 million in Central Texas projects. Next slide, please. Okay, so we're still looking, we project between 10 and 15% escalation in construction costs this year, and we believe the same thing's going to happen in 2007. How does that impact this particular project? Well, first what I'd like to do is talk through very briefly how we've corrected our project building costs. This slide, again, it's shown in your handout sheets. This slide shows first our original application. This is a $33 million project.
Remember, that's on page 11 of your board.
And the original application was broken down as shown. We did not, however, break down or break out or pull out three major categories as defined by the coordinating board standards here. Let's see if I can get that. Oh, it's going to give up on me. There we go. So you have fixed equipment. I'm sorry, it's items 6, 7, and 8 there. Fixed equipment, other fees, and in particular site development costs. As you might recall from the very first slide I showed, there's quite a bit of hardscape, landscape, and 2 large bridges that connect this building with existing facilities. Those costs have been removed from the $33 million. There's a few odds and sods there for corrections. What we end up with is shown on the first item, a new building cost of $18.9 million, about $3 million lower than the project was originally shown. Next slide, please. So we pull all this together. We're looking at, again, the first bullet shows an $18.9 million for the new building cost divided by 60,000 gross square feet. Leaves us with $315 per square foot for the project cost. That's still outside the range that the coordinating board shows for acceptable cost. But if we look at a reasonably conservative project schedule, 18 months to complete, and complete buyout, this is what the contractors are looking at, buyout by January 2008, and then apply what we consider to be a very conservative escalation factor of, say, 8%, you can see that at $315, the coordinating board range goes from 104 to 287. It moves up to 121 to $336 per square foot, and we're comfortably within that range. If you use a slightly less conservative, but still below our projections model, we're in the lower half of the range. In conclusion, we believe that the building cost is properly defined according to the coordinating board definitions, and presuming what we consider to be a very conservative inflation rate over the next 2 years, this project does fall within a reasonable range established by the coordinating board. Be happy to answer any questions on either the construction costs, or I'm sure Charles will be happy to answer any programmatic questions.
Let me, before we entertain any questions, let me comment on terms of what the committee considered in September. Because the proposal was outside of our range on standard number 5, the maximum that the committee believed it could approve, recommending to the board, was the $28.3 million. At least keep the project going forward, and at the same time give them an opportunity to analyze their situation. I'd like for Susan to make some comments as well about what the staff looked at and where we are in terms of the recommendation.
Okay, the first thing we did is we looked at the $18.9 million versus the $22 million, which is the adjusted cost of the building, and that is how we do all of our other projects, and that's why we have site development broken out, is so that we can look at just the building cost. So that did lower the cost per square foot down quite a bit. The next thing we did is University of Texas System used their own inflation rates. We used the HECA inflation rate, which is about 7%, and we did go ahead and inflate that out to the 2008, which is when they will really be doing the bulk of the construction. And that got them to a high end of the range of $310 per square feet versus the $315. Given that we are in the process of looking at how our construction costs are done and how we can inflate those out, we felt that $5 per square foot was within the range of possibilities, given the rapid increases that we're seeing in the last few years, and that's why we have recommended approval of the project.
So if you take those into account, then they would be approximately $5 per square foot outside the range. So is that correct?
Right.
Okay. And one of the things, Susan, we've asked Susan and staff to look at it, and we do this frequently, is to but unfortunately, I think in the last year or so, those prices have escalated so fast that it's hard to keep up with. We typically do this on an annualized basis to look at those ranges and be sure we're well within them. I believe, as chairman of this committee, that we would be remiss in not approving the staff's recommendation being this close to the range and considering the inflationary costs of the chair will entertain a motion.
Second.
Shepherd moves and Mrs. Phillips seconds the motion to approve the staff recommendation. That's to approve the project at $33.3 million. Any other comments or questions? Yes.
I had a question. Was the buyout period beginning in January 2008, or was it going to be completed by January 2008?
It should be completed by January 2008. And the bulk will be somewhere in between there. We will have, the contractor will be working with us to better define the drawings. Once we know that we can bring it in within this budget, we'll get it out on the street in packages that are appropriate for the project.
So when you inflated the board, the projected cost, did you prorate the inflation over the period? between now and then, or?
We prorated it out till we use a middle of the year range, so it'd be July to July. So it would be a little bit higher than the January timeframe, but
What I mean by prorated, maybe we're saying the same thing, is did you factor in what they'd be buying out sooner rather than later? So
no,
the
we
average-
didn't. We just took the total cost and inflated it out.
That would
Building
certainly lower,
costs.
that would lower it as well.
So you applied a flat rate to the whole.
Right, to the whole.
Other questions or comments? I want to, Mr. Dixon, I want to commend you and your staff and the institution. I think this is what this process is all about, is to go back. You took a hard look at what you were doing and the approach you were taking in a changing market. And I think I commend you and the staff for taking a look at that. I mean, we're all about being good stewards of the resources that were provided by the taxpayers of this state. I commend you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I think in Odessa, when we first saw this, we all got a little bit of sticker shock, and unfortunately, this is probably a harbinger of things,
reality,
of things to come, and y'all happen to be, the first one up in this. So, as Chairman Adams said, we really appreciate you going back and taking a long, hard look at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other comments or questions? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The next item on our agenda is the University of Houston project, which was the Northwest Houston or Northwest Harris County project, which has been withdrawn by the institution. Ms. Rucker, you'd like to make some comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be remiss if I didn't make comments because I feel so strongly about what has happened from June till today. I think that it has been the perfect storm and probably not very perfect at all. I think that we blame everyone and yet we blame ourselves, and we probably blame no one for what happened. And I'm not speaking just because I'm from Houston or just because I happen to have a degree from the University of Houston. Probably it's in spite of the fact that I'm from Houston that I think that I would like us to look at a picture of the entire state. And when we had the presentation just a few minutes ago, looking at the Metroplex in South Texas with the largest enrollment increase, had we opened that campus, the Gulf Coast would have doubled in its enrollment. It says 3,103, it would have doubled that. The research and data showed that there were 208,000 students, 44% of which were economically disadvantaged, from Tomball, Slifair, Klein, Spring, and Aldine. In my personal opinion, either we move forward with supporting closing the gaps or we don't. And to me, I think we sent a message that it might be a little bit difficult to open a branch campus, or it might be challenging to go into a different geographic area. When in fact, I think maybe we need to relook at the mission of what we were charged to do ourselves when this agency and board was established, and that is maybe we shouldn't look at duplication of programs anymore. Maybe we shouldn't look at geographic areas, because if you particularly picture any area of the state and another institution, whether it's a community college or a four-year university, moving in with a branch campus, it is absolutely positively going to impact what is already there, whether it's a duplication of a program or whether it's impacting that geographic area. So I would like to challenge our board to look at maybe revisiting, maybe even speaking to the legislature about revisiting how we approach a branch campus. In addition to that, there were some inconsistencies that came out of this process, that there are branch campuses that haven't been approved, that there are programs established and working that haven't been approved. So there are inconsistencies as well. I guess what I'm saying is the message needs to be consistent. And if we are to support closing the gaps, that I think we made collectively, and I blame myself as much as I blame or not blame anyone. This isn't, I guess I'm offending without being offensive or vice versa, but I feel very strongly about this, as you can tell. I feel like this was a major misstep. I think it was a loss. It was a loss certainly to the Northwest community. It was a loss to the University of Houston. It was a loss to Harris County. It was a loss to North Harris Community College. It was a loss to all of those school districts. Most importantly, it was a loss to those students that don't have choices. Not that they're better or worse, but in a competitive world, that they don't have choices because that program was not approved by our board. I would hope that in the future we can learn, and this would be a template, that we learn from our mistakes. Some of you may disagree that it was a mistake, but I'm just speaking personally, that I feel that we need to look at lessons learned. We need to look at this as creating a template or a model so that other institutions, if you were another institution, and actually there is one on our agenda, that wants to establish a new campus, they're going to be gun-shy because they're going to think, well, what's going to happen if we're moving into an area where there's already an existing university? So I think that we need to look at this very differently. We need to put politics and everything else aside and do as I believe our board always has done, and certainly our commissioner always has promoted, and that is that we're fair, that we're consistent, and that we're absolutely all on the same page of closing the gaps. And to me, either we are or we aren't. And I would like to think that we are. So, sorry for the soliloquy and all, but I feel very, very strongly that this was a very dark day for our board and that we made a mistake, and I'd like to move forward in a very positive manner in the interest of all of the universities here, all of them, and who they represent more importantly than anything else. That is the students of the state, keeping the students in state, encouraging them to move on with higher education for the economic benefit of our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Lori. You and I can agree to disagree from time to time and still be good friends. First of all, the board did approve the project. It had stipulations, and the institution made a choice to withdraw in terms of those stipulations. I don't disagree with you at all in terms of we need to always look back in terms of how can we do something better. And we need to always be focused on why we're here, and that's kids and the citizens of the state, and it's an opportunity to improve themselves through education. One of the things that Chairman Shepherd and I have talked to the Commissioner about is that we need to do a statewide study, not just Northwest Houston. We need to analyze the whole state, the population growth and projections, work with Steve Murdoch on that, and come up with a definitive plan. We've got 630,000 students, we hope, are going to be in these institutions by 2015. Where are they going to go? We need to analyze our current capacity of our current institutions. Do we have the ability to add facilities on these campuses? Some we do and some we don't. Are they where they need to be? Because one of the things that came out of that proposal or that presentation clearly from the Northwest Houston area is proximity to a campus increases accessibility and participation. And I think those are things we need to continue to look at and focus on and move forward. So.
Well, and actually, Steve Murdoch did do the study, and he showed of the three biggest regions with the most potential of students, the Gulf Coast was one of the three, and of the Gulf Coast, the densest population and the most number of potential students was in the Northwest Corridor. That is the fastest growing school district in the state. Those school districts in particular, Cypress Fairbanks. So it was a given, and it was a lost opportunity. Right here.
Any other comments, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Adams, I just want to reiterate what you said. We are working and we are using this as a learning experience in the body of work that was put together and looking not only at this area of Texas, but the entire state of Texas. Susan Brown, under her leadership, and David Gardner, the commissioner, and I have had more conversations about this in the last month and a half than I could ever possibly remember. But that is on our radar screen. It is important because I think not only do we need that roadmap for this board in the decisions that we make, but I think it will be very beneficial for the folks downtown to be able to look at it as well. And I don't need to speak for Chairman Morrison, but I can in this case because both Raymond and I have had a number of conversations with her. She is very interested in a document like this. And so now that we have gotten some of our other things off of our plate, I know Susan and David are working on this. So we're going to use all of this as a learning experience. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Any other comments or questions? Next item on the agenda, the last two projects are from the University of North Texas system. The first project is the purchase of 1901 Main Street, Dallas, Texas. So this project is a commissioner level approval that was referred to the board because of the way it fits with the other project. The second project is also from the University of North Texas system. Is for the purchase of 1900 Elm Street. It's referred to as the Majestic Loft for Downtown Residence Hall, Dallas, Texas. This project was presented in an informational item at our committee meeting in September. It was not an agenda item. It also has a real estate factor in terms of some timing, in terms of an offer that is out there and available to the University of North Texas. Because of the link between the two projects, Chancellor Lee Jackson, we're going to combine both projects, and he'll make one presentation. Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm joined by Richard Escalante, who's our Vice Chancellor for Administrative Services. This is an unusual project, two projects tied together, and it's been frustrating for us working with your staff to fit all the aspects of these projects into your normal review process. So I would ask you to bear with us. Let me briefly explain it. You have some background letters in your material. We gave a tour last Friday of this facility to Chairman Adams and explain why they are so linked together. If I could see the first slide. This is the site in downtown Dallas where the University Center has operated for, I think, 10, 12 years as a MITSE. The University Center is this facility right in the middle. It's a part of the original Teich Gettinger department store. Teich is built in 1928, this original headquarters, and then in 1955 they added an extension. The extension has no windows. It's 8 floors of original department store display space. The downstairs 4 floors have been renovated for use by the University's Center of Dallas, a MITSE collaborative. The upper 4 floors are empty and are shelled. The building was given to the Dallas County Community College District basically with the request that it assume ownership responsibility, and it did so at that time originally when the project started. It thought it might teach there. The Dallas County Community College District has redirected its efforts, and so it is no longer actively planning to use the facility and has no long-term purpose for it. So the future of the building is in doubt. The University of North Texas system expressed an interest in becoming the owner and in developing those upper 4 shell floors and using the facility for a number of purposes. Across the street, this map shows what's called a future park. Well, the future is now. The City of Dallas owns this block and is preparing to scrape the existing older buildings and put in a pretty significant new city park. If I could see the next slide. This location in downtown is already undergoing significant redevelopment. This is not the final park plan, but it is going to be a massive and significant park. A landscape architect from New York City has been retained, and using the model of Bryant Park and others around the country, there are significant plans for that location. UNT system retained an architect to look at the existing UCD building and see if it's possible to bring light into the facility so that it can have a more traditional classroom and office use. It's an unusual building now. It's been well renovated. The classrooms have computers, but there are no windows. It's not attractive for faculty or administrative offices under its current setup. Next to it on this side is the original 1928 headquarters, which was designed as offices, now is fully leased in 129 apartment units. I just wanted to summarize today why it is that UNT system is interested in these properties and why the two go together. The 1901 Main building, which is what is called the UCD, has these 6 attractive features. It builds on the UCD's history. It has flags out front and has been recognized as a university teaching center for 12 years. It's already owned publicly by the Dallas County Community College District. It's centrally located for us as a system. Like most systems, after we've outgrown the original flagship campus, we have to start having system functions as we plan facilities. We meet with architects and contractors, and we do a lot of activities for our Fort Worth Health Science Center, our new building in southern Dallas County, and for Denton. We're using the building for a variety of purposes. Currently, it's hard for anyone, UCD partners or UNT, to justify capital investment in the facility when the ownership is uncertain. The Community College District has indicated they have no desire to permanently remain the owner or to invest in it or to improve it. It is very open, cost-effective, and flexible space, both for classrooms, as the 4 floors are now renovated, and for other purposes. We have a very active fashion collection project in which a private group is raising money to go in and use one of those shell floors for a very modern, first-class museum display area, and because of the layout of the building, it's flexible and it meets that. And it is reasonably available within the Coordinating Board property acquisition standards, and we believe with minimal renovations that are required really only because as a state agency we have some fire and safety renovations, that the entire acquisition of this property is reasonable Fisher standards, and we appreciate the staff recommendation. Now, these are some of the programmed uses. My office is already using the facility, and we have 2 staff there permanently. We're planning to have admissions activities in the building. Our facilities department is using it. We have a number of special programs that have already begun to move into the building. These are not, in every case, teaching programs. Some of them are research activities. And then we have more classes underway. The staff report makes clear that we are going to be adding courses in the spring semester. UNT has not been active teaching at the UCD, but we have 3 visual arts courses coming in the spring, and we have more departments who are interested and who are now talking about the building because we think our Dallas campus has its own permanent faculty and is beginning to build enrollment. So we can start directing our departments here in a way that we haven't in the past. For years, our faculty was discouraged from using this facility. Even though it was a MITSE of which we were a part, they were told if you have any additional teaching opportunities in Dallas, we'd like for you to do that at the Southern Dallas campus, which is 16 miles away. It's a significant distance from downtown. So now that the Dallas campus is growing, other departments are showing an interest in downtown that have not shown an interest in the Dallas campus. The 1901 Elm project, we think, is really half of the same decision. It's going to be very hard for us to invest several $1 million in refurbishing the UCD, great as it is for academic purposes, if we don't control some of the basic business functions. We have 7 parking spaces at the UCD. All the others are leased to the adjacent and integrated apartments. We don't control the water pump for the fire safety system. The freight elevators and loading dock are leased or have an easement to the apartment project next door. We do think 1900 Elm is a first-class project. The renovation was done well. There's basically a sheetrock wall between the 2 lobbies that separate what was originally one building. And so we think to buy one half of the building and attempt to renovate it, it makes more sense to buy both. We do think it can operate successfully as a residence hall. We will promote it for student use. There are some students living in it now, but actually because it originally started as a corporate headquarters and as offices, we think that all those functions we talked about, actually this half of the building works better for offices long-term than does the UCD half of the building. The 2 go together. We think the price is reasonable and is within your boundaries for acquisition and renovation, and we would ask your favorable consideration today.
Thank you, Chancellor. Let me, if you've got any questions, I'll handle those in a moment. But as Chancellor alluded to, I went over last Friday morning and spent a couple hours with the Chancellor and with Rick and some of the Chancellor's staff, representatives of the Staubach Company, which did the appraisal on the apartment side of the building and toured the buildings. I am convinced that it would be a mistake to buy one building and not buy the other. There's no question those buildings are tied together, and it would really create some major issues for the infrastructure. In walking through the facilities, both sides were basically constructed obviously at the same time. It's the same absolute floor structures. The elevators are tied together. It's easy to, even though there are separations by the 2 buildings by firewalls, they are penetratable. There are doors between the 2 buildings. Also toured the apartment complex, and those are very nicely done. In fact, the Staubach Company, when they did the appraisal, noted that the appraisal based on rental income approach, the rental income per square foot was below market. and that's something that the chancellor looked at, would need to increase the rate over there. They have 90 free units. 90 of those were rented. The 3 that weren't were because they were in the process of a move out and cleanup. But all of the appliances were state-of-the-art new. It was state-of-the-art wired. So it's a facility, in my opinion, you can't separate. The question we have, though, and I think we need to tie the two together, the staff's recommended approval on the Mitzi building and is recommending denial approval on the apartment side. The questions, though, Chancellor, I think they're alluded to in that the staff has raised, and I think it might need to warrant some response. And I'm looking at the bottom of the handout from our staff update, but I think it was also all 4 of those questions, 5 of those questions rather, were in the base document. Page
20, 19 and 20.
Page what?
19 and 20.
Page 19 and 20. The book. But question 1, the UT, one of the questions is the UNT South Dallas campus has negatively impacted the enrollment at the UCD. Want to comment on that, Chancellor?
Well, I still haven't found the reference exactly.
It's on
That bottom of page 19.
Very bottom of page 19.
The staff noticed that, if you have been concentrating on the South Dallas campus, and the UCD enrollment has been dropping over the last 5 years.
That statement's embedded, it's embedded in the project evaluation, Chancellor. Let me read that back to you and what I've got. We have a handout that sort of outlined those issues 1 through 5. 1 is the UNT South Dallas campus has negatively impacted the enrollment at UCD from North Texas perspective. You indicated that you really you don't have classes that are being conducted right now, but you project that you will in the spring.
Well, I saw a different section, I don't have it in front of me, in which your staff actually did quite a good job of summarizing all the different reasons why this MITSE has not been the most thriving one in the state. There are no truly collaborative programs at this MITSE. There are individual courses and programs offered by several universities, and I never lose an opportunity to point out that Texas A&M Commerce is the model, and they showed that this site can work because they have 2 very healthy programs that they offer. UNT clearly has placed our energies for our discretionary and marginal resources at the Dallas campus for the past 7 years. But it is a very different market. For example, our School of Visual Arts has now outlined a $7 million fundraising campaign for museum studies, graduate design programs that will take advantage of the adjacency to the Dallas Arts District. They don't really see the same opportunity at a location that's 16 miles south of the downtown. So their interest is in being proximate to those industries that are in the downtown business corridor that are nowhere else in the region. That's why I've continued to stress that we should do both. We should support and maintain the growth of the Dallas campus. We've included the enrollment figures, which show that the Dallas campus has grown every single semester since it opened in 2000. It now has, for the first time, its own full-time faculty who are based at the Dallas campus, which it did not have until last year. Now that there are other departments interested in Dallas, they're not being told you will only be allowed to move a program or offer a course in Dallas if you go to the Dallas campus 16 miles south. Now, for the first time, they're being given the green light to imagine what's possible and to recognize that there are programs that will benefit from being in downtown. And so we have a lengthening list of those. The NITSE has other issues, and I say this, recognize that UNT has been as guilty of them as any. It's not just the Dallas campus. When your staff surveyed all the universities, they made clear that the MITSE was restricted by UNT's commitment to Southern Dallas, but then they listed 4 other reasons. That they did not have collaborative programs, they had made an investment in other locations, a variety of other reasons that have caused that MITSE to struggle, and I think the jury will still be out on its future. We've committed that we will preserve the space for the University Center of Dallas. We want it to thrive. We think it's a good idea to have collaboration. But I repeat, there are no real collaborative programs there now. None of the other partners have made a commitment and an investment in the facility except for A&M Commerce and its programs. And I've talked to the president of A&M Commerce, and I believe we're comfortable that we can make this building work for both institutions for the foreseeable future. If we're able in someday, 10 years or more, to have so many programs in this region, in this downtown region, that are successful, then obviously A&M Commerce or other universities would end up having a challenge, would look for another space. But the president didn't even raise to me the issue your staff raised, would we commit to a 5-year guarantee? But I said, well, yes. A&M Commerce didn't ask it, but if that's the issue, we would certainly commit to that. We're not going to shell those floors and use them in less than 5 years, given the way universities respond, plan, and grow programs. So, we can certainly live with that.
One thing I would mention to the board is the floors that are finished in the Missy are very well done. I was very impressed with the technology that's being used. It's one thing that's not mentioned, I don't believe, in the material. You've got the Dallas ISD is also located and doing some things in that facility as well. So it's well done. Again, it comes down to a question of do the program support the two facilities? And I don't think you can separate the two facilities, folks. I think that would be a major mistake. Yes, George.
My friend Lori probably ought to ask this question, but since we learned, I think, from our last meeting, what would be the effect if we approve one project and not the other?
Well, we would have a decision then to make about whether we could justify investing in the 1901 main building several $1 million for renovation without the ability to control the long-term use of the facility, without parking, without fire safety control, and so forth. Secondly, the building has very little income. The UCD is the primary tenant. Half of it is shelled. So we would take on the renovation cost to bring it up to code for a State Department without any revenue stream. By buying two halves of this facility, there is a revenue stream from the successful apartment project that makes improvements to the entire building more practical, lower cost, which saves the taxpayers and the students that pressure on that cost. So we could still ask permission, or you could approve the one, not the other. We could decide to go forward. It would present us some problems. I think we would have to look at other options about whether there is a situation in or proximate to that we could invest in and have more traditional control over the facility. We haven't made that decision. I'm not saying that I know what the answer would be, but we would have to do that prudently before asking to invest money in a building that would have so many limitations.
Chancellor, in that same vein, how long do your numbers show that you're going to have to operate the loss or the apartments as a piece of income-producing property to support the UCD until you backfill that with sufficient student demand for housing? Because I know that there was talk in here about all the people in the Mid-C, those students be able to use it, and yet there's not a real demand from those students from what is in our report. So, and then I think in our presentation on Odessa, there was some talk about some students at the UNT campus in Denton might even use that, which we had a hard time rationalizing that because of the distance there. So how critical is the income-producing property to the viability, and how long, what's that time frame we're looking at where you can really backfill it before it is becoming more of a university-type project?
Well, it requires some considerable projection to imagine when all 129 units would be filled with students. There are some UCD students living in the facility now, we're told, although no one keeps track of those records. So you have 1,000 students a semester taking courses. The staff knows that several of them do live next door, and there's been no effort to promote it as student housing. No discounts or advantages or dark bus passes or anything else. There's just it happens that way. We think that we could grow the number. I don't know the exact year when we would fill it with all 129 students. One of the reasons that I think we can say plausibly that it would be attractive to some UNT students at our two distant campuses is we have 10,000 or so commuting students. We have students who live all over Dallas County, including in the east and southern halves, who take courses in Denton. In fact, we've had every semester students taking courses at our southern Dallas County campus, simultaneously taking courses at UNT in Denton. That is, they're trying to complete their degrees. A course is offered. They live in an apartment and work in Dallas. If a course is offered in their degree sequence, they've taken it at the Dallas campus in the same semester that on Tuesday and Thursday they may drive to Denton for their courses. So if we actually make our student body aware of this opportunity and find ways to give incentives, I think we'll have some who now live in apartments in Dallas who will choose to live in it. But back to your first question, which was about the length of time, we asked for what I consider to be a fairly conservative pro forma showing if we make some market adjustments in the rates of these units but don't try to be at the high end and push the limit of the market, what would the pro forma be? In that conservative pro forma, we have a subsidy of something like $150,000 a year at a conservative occupancy rate. If we do better, if we do 95% or better occupancy, we may break even. If we have lower than 95%, we may have a $150,000 gap for about 10 years, and in and around the 10th year, we show it would break even in cash flow. Well, that's 10 years at $150,000 or $1.5 million for the use of an 8-story complex downtown with many advantages. The alternative would include our leasing space for administrative offices and other system uses in the region, which we do not do now. And so you'd have to apply those costs and say, is this a good real estate investment to have that opportunity at that location where the city is making a major investment, the area around it is redeveloping, and we'll have the opportunity both for our students and for our administrative purposes without paying a commercial lease rate for space. To us, it appears to be a prudent investment for the long term.
Other questions?
My recollection, Neil, from our meeting out in Odessa was that there were also two other elements to this whole process that I'm a little confused about. One had to do with, at that point in time, the UNT Board of Regents had not been consulted or weighed in on this thing. And the other was that this was perceived by some, not the least which to me, that it might be a leading investment to the law school that got quite a bit of discussion in that same meeting and presentation. Have those two bases been touched?
I can't answer the first one. Lee can answer that one. The second one I know is they already have a facility that the city of Dallas has donated to UNT system for the law school, if it were to ever happen. Okay. So this facility would not house the law school. But Chancellor, do you want to respond to whether the regents have had an opportunity to vet this?
Could we back up to the second slide while I'm speaking? Yes, the Board of Regents was fully informed, by the way, and they've been kept advised of this for the past 3 years. I've discussed with them the University Center of Dallas building, its usage, its availability, and we simply had a board meeting, as I recall, that was coming the week or several days after your committee meeting.
It was strictly meeting the Board of Regents certification.
Our
the
board
board had been apprised that it's a paperwork. The Board of Regents had officially approved it until after the committee meeting, and that was
and so they now have done that. And Mr. Hinton, your second question, on the right of this picture is the 1912 Dallas Municipal Building, and you know that's that one right there. The city hasn't deeded it over to us, but they've indicated, have announced publicly, have written letters to the legislature that that facility is offered for purposes of a law school when and if one is authorized by the legislature, studied and approved by this board. They've offered half the renovation cost to bring that to standard, and we are actively going to pursue that. The two have only a slight connection. We could use the UCD facility for some law school support projects if the law school is approved. We could ask to do that, of course, regardless of who owns it. So if we needed to come over and have temporary space in the University Center building, we would ask that regardless of ownership. So the decision to approve this real estate transaction doesn't in any way depend on or trigger the law school decision.
Thanks. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Helmsley.
Chancellor, or this may be a staff question, but I'll address it to the Chancellor first. What about the Mitzi partners? I noted somewhere in our report there was a comment that A&M Commerce at the time of the report was not aware of the submittal of this proposal. Do we have supporting letters or testimonies from the Mitzi partners?
I have talked to the president at A&M Commerce, and he's in support. I think it was probably a matter of the chancellor talked to the president, and we talked to the director of the Mitzi and for A&M Commerce, and they are in support of the purchase of the Mitzi.
Is that true of all 6 of the other institutes?
They are aware of the project and are not saying anything. They're not opposed to it at all.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, we have had this before when you have a little bit of an unusual situation. I think it is very beneficial if the staff, or in your case, I know you had an opportunity to go look at this. I think it's very beneficial to be able to do so. We had recognized that early enough in the process. Because I think looking back on it in Odessa, we ended up going down several rabbit trails because we didn't have the answer to some questions. So
one of the things I have advised Dr. Gardner and Susan is that in the future, these kind of projects where there are any kind of questions, that the staff make a site visit before our committee meeting. And so that will be part of the ongoing process. We have done that in the past, and because we had a shortage of staff, Susan's now got the staff, I think, back up to where it was before. We now have the staff available to do that. That's something we can look at a real estate proposal on a piece of paper. You can look at a picture that you really can't get a feel and understanding of really what the issues are unless you go there and walk through the facility. I will say, on the apartment side, those floors and the support columns are identical to the floors and the support columns on the Mitzi side. And the only thing that would have to be moved if you were to renovate that would be the walls. I mean, it's strictly sheetrock walls for apartments. So, I mean, those floors could be completely raised and they'd look identical to the ones that aren't finished right now on the other facility. Again, as I said, I think it's important. I don't think that if we're going to prove this, either one, we got to prove both, because I just don't think the buildings can be separated. But, Ms. Neal?
My twofold question. Has staff, are you still sticking with the not approved recommendation? Because I don't think any of us take it lightly when we're being asked to vote against the staff. So I'd like an update on that.
The information that we had received from the university during the time is that they had a lot of programs that were considering moving there. It is hard to make a recommendation for approval given that the institution is considering a lot, because institutions consider a lot of different program options. If they are going to move programs down there that would help facilitate bringing more students in, then that would make us reconsider our recommendation. But it's considering versus doing it is a difference to us.
And if I could, I don't at all fault the staff for recognizing that this doesn't fit into the normal formula for a residence hall. You wouldn't normally go out ahead of a teaching program and predict the need for a residence hall. Most of us do well just to keep up with our trailing demand. While we do think it has residential opportunities, as you can see, clearly the primary driving force is to make this a prudent investment in the entire facility, which may ultimately not be a residence. But we're concerned that it's going to be turned into condominiums, that the private owners are going to put it on the market, that half the building will be even less manageable than it is now. And so we will use it during the interim, and we think we can do that cost effectively, but it doesn't meet the traditional residence hall approach, and I understand the staff's concern.
One thing and I appreciate your response, Chancellor, I mean, because that was a piece I hadn't really understood. You know, two things. Number one is hearing the chairman say that the two buildings go together is a critical factor in my mind. The second thing is, is I now look at the apartment building from what you said. I think what I heard you say is that when you look at slight increase in rental rates, you look at your pro forma, you're looking at maybe $150,000 gap per year. And so I think then the question becomes if the staff is recommending the purchase of the 1900, then is $150,000 a year operating cost reasonable to purchase that building? Understand there is some real estate risk in there. We understand that with rental rates and occupancies and everything else, but to me, that's a real clarifying factor.
And it's not like you're buying a vacant facility that has no income producing side of it. That was the thing that resonated with me as well.
Along those lines, how will the residential units be managed and leased? And is that cost part of the projected $150,000 potential deficit?
Yes, it's been managed by a management company for the current investors. They have a lease, a service agreement that we have the opportunity to assume. And we'll have to make an assessment, obviously, about their skill and success as managers, but it's our intent to continue to privatize the management and have it operate that way. The only thing that we would change is that we will promote it. We'll find some way to publicize it and promote it and include it for our students and all the students at the UCD.
The cost of those ongoing management fees and leases
is included in the pro forma, yes.
Jen?
I'm thinking that clearly if we don't approve this, then there are no programs that are going to wind up going there. But if we do approve it, take both, then that opens the possibility mightily for programs to go there, and my recommendation would be that we approve it.
Yes, Mr. Foster.
A question I'd like to ask is whether this facility is planned to be just used for classroom instruction, or if there's some plan to locate. But the rumor I heard is that there was a plan to locate the chancellor's offices in Dallas, and that was part of this ongoing effort to acquire this real estate.
Could be.
We're using it for administrative purposes now. Those are growing. I hope they continue to grow. We haven't made any announcements, but it is a very suitable site both for administrative activities, for classroom teaching, and then for other special programs, two of which moved in this summer. One of our major economic research centers moved offices from Denton into the facility, and the fashion collection that I mentioned. So we envision a multi-use of the facility. We haven't made any announcements about our system headquarters. I would say if we were moving off campus, as most of the other university systems have done, this would be a very cost-effective alternative to just about everything else I know in our region.
Other questions or comments? The two projects are in your book is items 8 and 9. Item 8 is the Mitzi, which does have a recommendation approval. Item 9 is the apartment facility. All of these meet the standard as far as our standards from a real estate standpoint. So there's not an issue there. It really comes down to the program side of the equation.
Well, the one thing I know that, it's probably less of an issue based on your recommendation. We really look at this as one item, but the one recommended for approval doesn't meet the closing the gaps goals, and the one recommended and not approved does meet the closing the gaps goals, and that seems like a real disconnect to me.
Other comments or questions? That would be that my recommendation is you treat them together, but it's the pleasure of this board. They're currently separated, and that's certainly something that the board can continue to do. Yes, Ms.
Yeah, I would like to ask the staff if they feel like this is consistent with the way that we need to move forward. If, in fact, you're recommending non-approval, would tabling this give you more time to understand what they are trying to do? Would you have more information, or what is your recommendation? It's still non-approval.
Well, part of it goes back to if they are moving the programs to the UCD, to the university system. Our big concern is that the UCD enrollment has been dropping. over multiple years. The chancellor has already said that they've been concentrating into the Dallas campus, not concentrating in offering any courses at the UCG. If they are going to change that around, we have two concerns. One is, if they start offering more courses at the UCG, what is that going to do to their South Dallas, to the Dallas campus? That is a concern, not necessarily for this campus, but for the Dallas campus. But if they're going to move, and like I said, all the information that we had received from the university say that they are considering moving all of these programs here.
And along
if they
do
do
those need to be approved?
No, they have already gotten, because they are a part of the UCD, they have approval to move the programs down to that location.
Do all of the institutions that are affected, have they all been notified?
Yes.
Yes, they have all been notified. I don't believe any of these programs that they are considering moving down actually overlap what is being offered. A&M Commerce is the only one who is offering any, I think, full programs, and the chancellor may correct me if I'm wrong.
I think 2 business programs. Leo, I think there's 2 business programs that are being offered by Texas A&M Commerce.
But I don't believe there's overlap in what the chancellor is planning to do. So the program is not, the program issue is different than it was at University of Houston. It is not an overlapping of programs. It is a matter of the University of North Texas deciding to offer those programs at that location. They already have authority to do that.
But for the second part of it, would you feel more comfortable if we were to table it rather than to vote with your recommendation, which is to not approve? Would tabling that make you have more information to where you might recommend approval?
I think that would probably depend on how soon, depending on how long we wanted to table it for and how soon the university was going to be making their decision to move those courses and programs down to the UCD.
I think we have another choice, but along the lines of the tabling, I think I see at least 2 possibilities. One is to table, if it were tabled to our January meeting, Chancellor, how long are you able to keep the property tied up in feasibility study period? In other words, if it were to be tabled to our next meeting in order to allow this issue to be addressed further, will you lose the opportunity to acquire the property?
Well, I've been reluctant to say that because
obvious reasons.
But let me explain. Let me explain what I do know. We started out looking at 1901 Main, and we've done that for 3 years. When we began doing the engineering and architectural work, we were looking more and more at the other half of the building, and the engineers were discovering the connections. Earlier this year, and it was sometime, I forget, around the start of the year, we were made aware that the investment group that owns the apartments, which we were increasingly studying and finding ourselves connected to, were at the 7-year limit of their federal tax credit or whatever it was that was originally involved in their financing, and that they intended to put it on the market. And were we interested? That's what caused us to start looking at it. They have a January 1st target to have some sort of a transaction. I was, in fact, before the Dallas City Council yesterday morning explaining and defending our hope that we would be able to purchase the apartments, because the City Council in Dallas has to approve the forgiveness of the loan and the payoff of the original loan that put in the apartments. So all that was being done, trying to get it done before January 1st. I don't know what would happen to the investment group. They claim that they have other purchasers. We're told by the appraisers that those are almost certainly condominium conversion purchasers. And one of my concerns, having dealt with condominiums before, is the problems we have now with parking, with plumbing, with fire safety systems, with freight elevators will be even worse with a condominium project. So I'm not saying that to say that you can't table. I do not know what would happen if you table and whether it would still be available. I would answer the other half of your question this way, though. We've given your staff everything we know to date about the intent of our academic departments to begin teaching courses at this location. you're looking at the UCD and questioning why hasn't it been stronger. Well, it's not really, UNT never stepped up and said we were going to sponsor this MITSE, to my knowledge. There was a regional appeal. All the universities in the region were asked to join in, and something like a project run by a committee, there's never been a university that took real ownership of this MITSE, that wanted to invest in it, that wanted to make it healthy. We've been investing in the Dallas campus 16 miles to the south, and now our board is ready to make some investments in downtown Dallas and see what we can build. So the UCD will still continue to operate, but we're looking to do things beyond that. We're looking to do things in the future which may exceed the level of the UCD. But I have to tell you, it's taken me 4 years of discussion. Our president is here today. We have a new dean in visual arts. They're both excited and committed. They're just starting this private fundraising drive. But all that we can tell you today is that our School of Visual Arts will offer 3 courses at the UCD in the spring. And now we offer 0. So we're going to have the first 3 courses in the spring of '07, and it's taken a lot of effort. January is the spring of '07. I mean, I don't know that we'll even know how many courses we'll have in the fall of '08 by January of '07. So I don't know that we'll have additional information.
So the other option I see is to consider approving this contingent upon sufficient program commitments rather than intent.
How does that work?
Other comments or questions?
How would that work?
I have another question about the physical facility, and that is that it seems to me that it would be just as difficult for another buyer to buy the apartment complex if they didn't also have the UCD facility. It seems to me that both pieces of real estate have the same issues. Is that correct?
Well, there are 165 parking spaces. All but 7 are leased to the apartment ownership now. So whoever buys from the current investment group will acquire, 158 parking spaces or whatever. So no, there are things that were done to make the original apartment project feasible that presumably would be transferred to new ownership.
Okay. Well, the point of my question, I was just wondering whether if you just approve the purchase of the UCD piece of it, if that would give you the ability to kind of control the direction of the rest of the property. It sounds like maybe it wouldn't, but that's what I was trying to understand.
I'm not going to recommend to our board that we launch private fundraising campaigns and consider, for the first time, we've never done this before, investing in this building if it's not the best and most valuable site. We truly, to go back to your earlier question, will look at other, presumably smaller properties. We may not need an 8-story building now. This one is available at a very good rate. We think it's structurally a very sound building, but we could go and find a 2- or 3-story facility, use it for the administrative purposes and 1 or 2 of these initial classroom activities, and buy and renovate a smaller building for our fashion collection or our School of Visual Arts and leave the UCD.
Mr. Shepard.
Mr. Chairman, I want to follow up on the suggestion that Mr. Hohenfeld made. And Chancellor, why don't you talk a little bit, if you're in a position to do so, about the commitment? Because what I'm hearing a little bit, I know we're talking about the real estate side of it. When we look back at the educational opportunities, if you can expand on what y'all are really talking about, doing there, or what kind of commitment you're talking about making.
Let me ask,
if you're in a position.
Sure. Let me ask Dr. Bataille she's been on board now for 2 months.
Welcome to the community.
1 week and 2 days.
But she has had the opportunity to speak to several of our deans to tour the facility, and she knows about their plans and their intentions.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I, too, visited the site very early on and agree with you that both sides of that building fit together in a way that it makes it imperative that they both stay together. I have spent a lot of time with the new Dean of Visual Arts, and that school is absolutely committed to this downtown site. And while I know it may sound paltry to say we're offering 3 courses this spring, as you all know, the wheels of the academic institutions grind very slowly. But we already had a kickoff of the fashion design collection. There's an exhibit down there. We have already looked at the shelf space. We're looking at the renovation cost, and we are launching a fundraising campaign that will enable us to move a large part of that program downtown where it really needs to be in the heart of Dallas. We're also talking with the College of Business Administration about programs such as real estate. We know that there are some pocket programs that will flourish downtown, and as the Chancellor said, the efforts prior to my arrival, and for good reason, the efforts of the system have been in building the campus in South Dallas. Now that that campus is proceeding along swimmingly, doing very well, we really do believe, and I believe, that I have to be responsible for ensuring that the campus, the Denton campus, be able to have its programs flourish where they can flourish, and I believe many of those will flourish much better downtown. And so we're very committed to that. We know that there's growth. We were looking at the statistics earlier of the enrollment growth throughout the state. We grew 4.6% this fall, so we really exceeded the growth in many areas of the state. We're not worried about losing students downtown. I think there had been a perception earlier of the fear of losing students. I'm not worried about losing students to any place. I'm worried about losing students to not going to college. And so we are committed to putting the programs downtown that belong there.
Thank you, Dr. One thing I didn't mention is one of the gentlemen that was with us last Friday morning was the Dean of Visual Arts, and he comes from a background, I think San Jose State, I believe where he came from, where he ran a downtown campus and has had experience in doing that. So, so that was interesting in terms of his perspective. Yes, Nancy.
Chancellor, maybe it's a simplistic question, but why did these come in as separate items? Why were they not presented as a package?
I might have to ask.
Yes, it seems so important.
Mr. Escalante, originally, one I know qualified at least for commissioner approval and appeared to be relatively uncontroversial. That is, the 1901 Main acquisition price is modest. There had been, to our knowledge at the time, no known controversy. We presented it to the Federation, which are the other presidents, and explained that it was a transfer of ownership from one public entity, the Community College District, to us in order to stabilize ownership. And then the second one came along later and on a different timetable. Is that accurate, Rich?
I think that is one required commissioner's approval technically, and the other required other approval. So we submitted one for board approval or committee approval, and then we submitted it for information. The one we were going to submit
the commissioner approval. The commissioner didn't defer his approval to the board.
Right, considering how they joined together.
Lynn.
I have a couple of questions. I know that you have this intent problem, but do you personally feel that this site should be a flourishing mid-season?
That's a good question. Many of the most successful mid-season in the state are co-located with a community college or have a single university as the prime sponsor. I don't know enough about the other mid-seasons throughout the state to know if there's another model exactly like this one that doesn't have a strong co-located community college partner, or where no university has made any capital investment substantially or owns a building or has the ability to market it as a primary site. So I do believe that downtown Dallas has greater potential than has yet been realized in this teaching center. And we're now ready as a system for the first time in our history really to make some investment and start trying to help build teaching there. I hope that means that in 5 to 10 years there will be more activity.
My second question is, do you envision that a location in downtown Dallas might offer you outreach opportunities that could be part of the Closing the Gaps program?
Yes, we mentioned admissions. We have admission activities now, as do all the universities in the state. Obviously, in the Dallas-Fort Worth region, it's a large growing area. Most of us rent space in a hotel In fact, our admissions staff had an event at the Meyerson Symphony Hall a few weeks ago, renting a lobby in a commercial building to try to promote the university in Denton, 35 miles away, to high school students in the Dallas area. Having a permanent site with visibility on the DART rail and bus network in downtown Dallas would be a part for us, and I think should be used more actively by all the UCD partners for student recruitment.
Yes, Elaine.
What will it take to move from intent to actually moving the programs, and what do you see as the time frame? What would be that timeline?
Well, every one of those on the list that is mentioned in our letters was pulled from us by your staff somewhat reluctantly, only because it's hard when you have a faculty member who says, I'm thinking I might, or a dean who says we're studying and we believe this has opportunity. I'm reluctant to go public and say, well, I think we'll have 15 courses by the fall of '07. So each one of those subjects has a different schedule. The visual arts is the clearest. We already have the faculty and the Center for Applied Economics who are co-located in the building, and they want to teach their arbitration, counseling, and the courses they do.
So there aren't really any milestones by which the deans or the professors will make decisions on moving their programs to
Well, they've not been given an ultimatum, and we're not talking, to my knowledge, of any entire colleges. So this is not a case where, for example, UT San Antonio has a very successful downtown campus. The entire School of Architecture moved to that campus to help jumpstart it and make it go. We don't have any entire schools or colleges that are being discussed to move from Denton to downtown Dallas, which is why I've said this is not really a branch campus, back to the previous debate. This is an extension center that's never been marketed as such at our university, and each program will have its own schedule. The president may have a different idea of timetable, but my experience so far has been it is a department-by-department negotiation.
So perhaps I misstated. There is no milestones for departments or individual programs to make a decision on moving to the UDC.
I might say that should this be approved, and I hope it will be, that will give me the impetus to sit down with the deans at my next meeting and say, this is where we are now, and we need to establish a timetable and sort out new faculty hires. I mean, it is an issue where I know that if we hired some new faculty, they would choose then to live in the Dallas area rather than Denton, for example, knowing that we were hiring people, for example, in visual arts whose jobs would be downtown. So it would enable us to begin that process.
Chancellor, let me ask you a question. You've alluded to this indirectly in terms of the lack of success of the mixing. My sense is there's not been an institution to step up and really be the leader to make that happen. It's 7 institutions going 7 different ways. The successful MITSEs that we've seen around the state is where an institution really takes the lead to pull in partners and work with them. But there's one that's out there that's got the flag for the MITSE. Am I hearing you say that that's something that UNT is going to do? Or are we looking at strictly the UNT's presence on that campus?
All except one of the institutions have expressed to me their intent to place their priorities elsewhere other than downtown Dallas. They're either developing their own facilities. Texas Women's University has extremely successful programs in Dallas, and they're improving their own buildings and planning a new building. And so it's not a matter of rejecting the MITSE. They have other options, and they've committed to other options. UNT will be committed to work with Texas A&M Commerce in particular as the one university that has shown us how to succeed teaching at this MITSE. And there will be space in this location. At one point someone said to me, as long as there's a door we can enter that doesn't say UNT on it, we think we can make that building successful. And I said, well, we can find a way to do that. This can continue to be, no matter how many UNT programs thrive, even if floors 5, 6, 7, and 8 are filled with the UNT fashion collection and this and that, we'll find a way to make the downstairs part of the building continue to be compatible with and supportive of the universities who want to be there.
Okay. Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, I've got a suggestion of how we may get out of this. You're going to have a strategic planning committee meeting in December, are you not?
Right.
Which is obviously prior to the end of the year. It would be my suggestion, because I think we're all struggling with this, we are used to seeing programs presented to us where the resources are there and moving forward, and we're not hearing that, and that obviously is part of the reason that Susan and her staff had to struggle with the recommendation. So it's my recommendation that this board give the authority to, if we can, or if we're not running into our rules, give the authority to the strategic planning committee to look further into this, get comfortable with it if they can, and be able to make a decision at your committee meeting in December. Counselor, and I'd be happy to put that in the form of a motion to get this thing moved forward, because we don't have...
We need, the real estate tail is wagging the economic dog.
Well, and that's going to happen. That's going to happen from time to time. I mean, that's just that's a fact of life.
But I think this is a way to keep it at least moving forward and to be dealt with, and we're still trying to gather some more information.
I was going to ask one specific question that, sure, but I think the visual arts program, how many programs and students would that involve, were you to commit to moving that to this facility?
I can't answer that question right now. Perhaps. I don't know how many students.
Will you be in a better position to answer that in December?
I'd be in a better position to answer it this afternoon.
You need a cell phone.
We do have a meeting. I believe it's the Strategic Planning Committee has a meeting on, how many, Susan? 12?
Either the 6th or the 13th.
6th, okay. Early in December. And when is it?
It's either the 6th or the 13th.
Yeah, I
because we've got the other one on the other day.
The 6th. Okay, so December the 6th.
Since I don't sense a specific contingency we can tie to this approval, if you'll make your motion, I'll second it.
Okay. Well, my intent was to take...
Before you make that motion, though, I'm going to... the chair's going to make a comment here. I want to ask the chancellor, obviously, if they're doing this for tax reasons, then anything we do in December will certainly meet that deadline. If the Strategic Planning Committee is delegated, as I understand what Mr. Shepherd's motion may be, the authority to make the ultimate decision. And it would be a function of getting some additional input to be more comfortable about the programs, which appears your president would have more time to deal with her deans and then giving us more assurance about those programs. But the real estate side of this house, it seems to me, makes sense, but it's the program side that's the struggle.
Well, there are two issues. We'll go back and attempt to renegotiate our purchase agreement that was conditional upon this board's approval during a period of due diligence that we had to negotiate with them, and we negotiated it past the date of this meeting. We'll have to go back and raise that. I don't know from their point of view whether a decision in December would allow them to go market their property and go in a different direction, and whether they want to wait till December. We'll make a good faith effort to comply with whatever this board decides to do. I don't know if it'll be feasible for them.
Well, I'm not going to tell you how to do the real estate deal, but you could have a backup contract as well. I'm trying to work with, to try a way out for this board to be able to move forward, because there does seem to be some interest in this, even though it's a little bit complicated. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to the effect that we have both item 8 and 9. I don't know if defer is the right word, or delegate the authority to the Strategic Planning Committee to make this ultimate decision at their meeting in December. And I don't know what that date is. The 6th.
December 6th.
Okay.
I'll second that motion.
Mr. Chairman, before we do that, I'd like to make a suggestion.
We have a motion and a second. Before we have discussion, Counselor, you're comfortable with the fact that we can that the board has the authority to delegate that to the Strategic Planning Committee?
I am, so long as there's been no contrary practice of the board.
There has not, to my knowledge. So, okay. Yes.
What does that mean? What did we not do? Contrary practice.
We haven't established a custom where we've not done that. We have delegated authority to the committees.
Yes, in fact, there's a lot of authority delegated
and to the chair and the vice chair.
My point was that if this is going to go back to the planning committee, I think that we ought to get a thorough analysis of what the potential impact of closing the gap might be, because my recollection of the location of this and so forth and its proximity to East Dallas suggests to me that there's probably a lot of opportunity there for a lot that's very similar to some of the things we saw in the Houston package to attract a lot of needy students and into that facility, because proximity is good.
Yes, sir, Mr. McMillan.
I don't want us to get off in the same issues that we've gotten off before. I would like to hear from the Chancellor or others what the consequences of our vote to table this until December, what they feel the consequences are.
Well,
Rich has just reminded me, we have a deadline to get on the bond review board agenda. For us to finance this set of acquisitions in the way we've proposed will require bond review board approval, and we're supposed to notify them of the agenda by when?
I'm supposed to call as soon as there's a vote and notify Mr. Deeble. He has had discussions with them, and they're waiting to hear what
the staff of the bond review board.
Staff of the bond review board is waiting to hear what decision's been made by this committee.
I suspect it is unlikely that the ownership of the apartments can wait for a decision sometime in December for us to put in place the mechanics. But I'm reluctant to say that because I understand the prerogative of this board, and I don't want to say there's no way to consider this further. I don't think we're going to have a whole lot more, except slightly more refined student projections. We can say potentially 5 courses here and 6 courses here, but it still doesn't meet your normal pattern of established programs with clear numbers and enrollment trends. And so I don't think in 4 weeks we will substantially change our ability to document our plans for this building, which, as we've said all along, are multi-purpose. It's not primarily or exclusively a classroom building. It's not exclusively an administrative building. It's not exclusively an admissions and outreach building. But it's a very good opportunity to do all of those things. I'm not sure, it's as a result, going to have a hard time meeting all of those tests of clear space usage plans. I think there's a significant chance that we can't make this wait till December, but I can't tell you we'll try if that's the decision.
We appreciate that. Obviously, this issues come up, and unless you've dealt with them directly, you can't confirm what effect it has one way or the other. Any other comments or questions on the motion?
I don't suppose you have your real estate attorney here who could tell us how your due diligence clause is written.
Well, I know it has to be extended. It was, they asked for a short one, we asked for a long one. We negotiated whether it was 60, 90 days, something to get us past this and into the 1st of November. I think it's the first week of November deadline or something.
If it were approved with contingencies as opposed to being delegated, would that comply with your due diligence clause?
If it allows us to present it to the bond review board and go forward as the purchaser, getting all the necessary approvals until closing date, yes, it would.
One alternative would be to approve it, subject to the Chancellor and the President providing some additional information on the courses by a date certain.
But committed programs is what I think we'd like to see.
They're not going. I don't think they can give you or give us with committed programs other than the 3 that they have identified that are for certain are going to be there this spring.
That's why I asked about the timeline. The problem is, though, that leaves us with not knowing what we're approving.
That's right.
That's right.
I understand. And I don't. And what the Chancellor's telling you, they're not going to be any particularly better position in December. I am satisfied as chair that UNT is committed to moving forward, or they wouldn't be making the investment in this facility. They're not buying it to just buy it. It's got to be used, and it's got to be used for a purpose. And so I'm not concerned in terms of what they have presented related to, they're committed to putting those 3 programs in there this spring rather, and that they're committed to increasing those programs as they move forward. Yes, Chancellor.
Mr. Chairman, the President does assure me that she can, in pretty short order, have a projection, a commitment, whatever you want to call it, of fall '07 courses.
Okay.
Now that won't be a 5-year plan necessarily in detail, but certainly for the coming fall, we can take a commitment today and go back and with much greater focus than we've had in the past, get real commitments from our academic departments.
I just want to make sure because of last board, we make sure we're all clear on that. I guess, Susan, what I've seen here is that your staff is recommending the purchase of the UCD property.
We think
correct?
that that's probably.
Okay, but I mean,
Yeah.
that was the recommendation,
Right.
staff recommendation. On the other side was a recommendation to decline the Majestic loss. I'm a little bit confused. You know, the UCD is where these programs are going to be driven out, not the Majestic loss. And so I'm confused while we're debating this.
Good point.
If we're saying we're recommending approval of UCD without the Majestic loss, and then I don't understand what the whole discussion is on the programs, because I look at it as the Majestic loss. You got to look at it as a real estate investment. You got to look at the net cost differential it's going to cost the university based on their pro formas, and is that a reasonable cost to operate the UCD, which we are recommending that they be approved to go ahead and purchase. So I'm confused as to what programs we're talking about, because eventually maybe you'll move programs into the Majestic loss when you convert that building 5-10 years down the road. But is that really an issue today?
Well, let me address that by saying part of what we are saying are concerns with the Majestic loss is that they're saying that they want to use it as a residence hall. However, the programs that are currently the students being served at the current UCD rate right now, we think they would have a hard time filling the 129 apartments with students based on that. If they are going to be bringing in additional programs and having those programs at the UCD, and that's where the program discussion comes in, that would allow additional students there and be able to have them housed at that as a residence hall.
Well, my assumption.
And that's kind of where the programs get into it.
Well, my assumption listening to this whole presentation is they aren't going to be able to justify that for the foreseeable future. I mean, I think I heard the chancellor say that. So I understand that. The question is, has it been modified a little bit as to why you would look at the Majestic
And
law?
I think Mr. Adams, when he went to the building, saw how closely they were aligned, and that's why he feels that it should be a both or neither sort of issue. Because of the way they merge together, the two buildings merge, if that's the...
Well, I appreciate Mr. Ryder's reminding me also of what's involved in these two decisions. The academic decision about whether the 1901 Main UCD facility is a prudent, cost-effective acquisition was recommended, even with the light use that we've made of it, just on the commitment and the fact that it's in public ownership and it's an educational building. If the debate is about the apartments, I have to point out most of the UCD programs are graduate programs. The A&M Commerce design program is the only undergraduate program of any significance there. Most of the visual arts programs are graduate programs. It is not as if by identifying 15 courses that are going to be taught in the fall of '07 and 25 courses in the spring of '08, we're going to create a market that will fill the residence hall. So in a way, our classroom discussion doesn't really change whether you feel comfortable with and can accept the financing of this acquisition and the logic of it as a way to finance the improvements at the UCD. The building enrollment is important. We're committed to it, but it doesn't really change whether or not you're going to be comfortable with putting these two halves of the building together.
Ms. Shepherd?
Mr. Chairman, my motion, and I'd be happy to withdraw it if this board's ready to vote, which I personally am. We've talked about this a long time. My motion was strictly intended to, if we needed additional time to gather more information, that was a mechanism to do that.
My sense is we don't gain a great deal.
Well, and that's what it sounds like. And like I said, we pretty well talked this to death, so I think we need to know how the board feels about it. So like I said, I'm happy to withdraw my motion, and we'll go back and vote on these things.
You held the vote, you withdraw your second?
I'll withdraw the second.
Okay.
I'm sure we're going to replace this with
Well, we've got two.
Well, I was gonna speak in support of the motion that Mr. Shepherd made, because if in fact the president can find out more information this afternoon, and there isn't that information now, but it seems to me that between now and December, they now know what the marching orders are as far as what kinds of programs, what kinds of numbers, maybe even polling school districts. The Dallas School District, which is in the heart of it, it's like 187,000 kids or something like that. Like, is that a potential? Where's your market? Have you in fact interfaced with their magnet program of visual arts, and also law enforcement, criminal justice? I mean, are there issues where we could actually have concrete evidence? It seems to me that what we're discussing is an opportunity to purchase a facility, and what's going to go in there is sort of a promise for the future, which is absolutely what we need to be looking at to close the gaps if, in fact, we're going to have facilities between now and 2015. But on the other hand, if there's absolutely no plan, then I would support the amended motion. And then that's what it sounds like.
Chair doesn't have a motion right now. Commissioner?
After listening to the discussion, I would propose we might invert things. I would suggest that we approve this project and making that recommendation. Of course, I'm overturning the recommendation of my colleagues, and with the stipulation, not a condition, but a stipulation, that the University of North Texas will work together with the coordinating board to make sure that this facility is used effectively to meet the goals of closing the gaps in the Dallas region, particularly the downtown area, and we want to make sure that this won't have a negative impact on the UNT Dallas campus. And
we will do that.
We so commit and appreciate the suggestion.
So the chair have a motion to that effect?
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
If indeed the lofts are not intended to be used in the short term for student residents, vis-a-vis adding more programs, et cetera, on the UCD side, then this really is a pure and simple real estate deal as a revenue generator for the UCD purchase. Is that a credible, wise use of state resources?
But more important than that, Elaine, it is also tying two facilities together whose infrastructures are tied together.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, and that's my biggest concern is that, yes, it is a real estate situation, but it also ties the infrastructure together, which could be, and I think if they do convert it to condos, it would become even more untenable in terms of them handling their business over there.
So it is a credible, wise use of public funds.
In my opinion, it is. But I'm one member of this board.
The tail's wagging the dog, but the dog is going to grow.
Yeah.
We just need to be clear of what we're doing.
Mr. Shepherd.
Well, let's get a motion back on the table. I'm going to be a little bit like Kevin Eltine was on this board. First of all, I think the commissioner had a good suggestion. I think it's a positive suggestion in that regard. Looking at it in the big picture, we just saw the numbers. There's no question this is an underserved area and a very rapidly growing area. But obviously we are struggling mightily with this as a little bit out of the box on both of them. Real quickly, Elaine, to go to your question, I think it is a good investment for the state because they do have some income that they're generating, albeit they've got about $100,000 a year to carry this thing for a period of time. But at the end of that, they might be able to convert this. There's no guarantees. Anyway, I'm going to try again and see if I don't have to remove my own
Thank you. You're going to make a motion?
I will make a motion similar to what the commissioner said, that we approve both of these items, 8 and 9, with, and you referred to them as conditions.
Oh, no,
Stipulations, excuse me, stipulations that UNT work with a coordinating board, to minimize.
No, to explicitly promote goals associated with closing gaps.
We have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Mendoza. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just make one comment. I certainly appreciate what the staff has done, and they've done exactly what they should have done.
Absolutely.
In making this analysis. And I think we've done what we should have done as a board in taking a close look at the nuances here that perhaps override some of this. And I appreciate this process we've gone through.
Well said. Any other comments? All in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. All opposed. Motion carries. That concludes my vote. Congratulations. Do I have one more?
You have another one.
Mr. Foster voted no, okay?
And me. Sorry.
And Mr. Brecker, okay?
Thank you very much.
Do you have any more? Can we go to should we do this?
Go ahead.
What I would like to do very briefly is to interrupt Mr. Adams' committee. We have, as Mr. Hinton says, we've got a gentleman on the clock here, Tim Dytloff, with Vincent and Elkins, and we have an item which actually falls under agency operations, which involves the resolution to issue $75 million in student loan bonds. Tim? Yes. There you are. Would you like to address that?
Sure. This is a resolution very similar to a resolution that the board routinely adopts every year. The board operates and administers a student loan program that it finances with the issuance of tax-exempt bonds. In order for your bonds to be tax-exempt, you have to obtain what is referred to as a private activity bond allocation from the Texas Bond Review Board. This resolution authorizes the commissioner and his staff to submit the appropriate application materials to the Bond Review Board to receive an allocation, so that in the event your staff determines to issue additional tax-exempt bonds for your loan program over the 2007 calendar year, you're able to do so.
We talked about this for a pretty good period of time yesterday in the agency operations.
Chairman, I move we approve the resolution.
There's a motion for Mr. Adams, seconded by Mr. Hinton. Any further discussion on this? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. On the same sign, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Adams. I will now turn the floor back over to you. Thank you. You're the only thing that's standing between us and lunch.
Well, it won't be very long. I found my page. I shuffled my pages, I guess, last night. I don't know what I did. This is agenda item 9G, consideration of adopting of amendments to sections 17.21, 17.22, 17.51, and 17.52 of the board rules concerning campus planning. Final consideration. This is the final consideration. It was discussed at the committee meeting in September. Additional comments have been received after the comment period regarding proposed amendments. Those additional comments are shown on the lilac-colored supplementary agenda material. Okay. Susan, would you give us an update on those comments?
Okay. At the committee meeting in Odessa, there was a comment about the appraisal needing to be within a 2-year time frame. Many of the members suggested that it should be a 6-month time frame, and so we made the adjustment and put it out in the Texas Register. What was brought to our attention in the comments that we received from the institutions is that usually they do the appraisal before they start any type of negotiation on a project. And so by the time they do their negotiation, then take it to their board, and then it comes to us, very often it is past the 6-month time frame, just because of the timing of board meetings and that sort of thing. What we have suggested is a 1-year time frame, and so that is different from what the committee saw. The other difference is that we had a comment at the very last moment, past the time, but we want to consider it, is to add another appraiser credential for rural properties. And there's another group that is recognized by the State Appraisers Association as for credentials. And then the other one was strictly a wording, licensee versus license, something like that.
Versus member.
Versus member. That's kind of an immaterial one.
More
And
of
those were
technical correction as much as anything.
Right.
Anybody, any questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Ryder, seconded by Hellenfeld. Any comments or discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Susan, thank you, and staff. We've got a number of projects, very important projects to look at for closing the gaps. Mr. Chairman, it is yours.
Mr. Adams. I had mentioned briefly to the commissioner that I thought it would be a good idea for him to diary the North Texas downtown project and come back to this board. I think a year would be a reasonable period of time to give this board an update on the efforts that have been made in the areas that we talked about. You know, so many times we do things like this and it's out of sight and out of mind. And I think because of the lengthy discussion and what we're struggling with, this board would like to hear a report. So, Commissioner, if you would make a note of that, it would be important. We will break for lunch. It's 12:10, and we'll be back here at 1:15.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
I would like to go ahead and reconvene the coordinating board meeting. We just have another 4 hours to go, so y'all hang in there.
You'll lose your quorum.
Chairman Ryder assured me that would not be the case, really. We're going to skip Raymond's report for a minute. He's just got a couple of items, so we'll go ahead with Chairman Ryder and pull you up for the report on participation and success.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item under agenda item 12 is the committee chair's report. And what I'd like to the first thing I'd like to do today is to introduce Dr. Catherine Dykes. And Catherine, come on up here. So we've been trying to fill the assistant commissioner for outreach and success for, I've lost count of the months, but I will say the wait has been worth it. I think we have found an absolutely great candidate. And Catherine comes to us from the Fort Worth Independent School District, and most recently she's got very broad credentials and qualifications, but most recently she was the Director of Grants and Development for Fort Worth ISD. And in that capacity, she and her staff raised over $120 million, is that right, while you were there. And that is really critical to what we're doing here, because there's going to be a very active ongoing effort to raise private sector funds to help us in our outreach and success efforts. And so we're really excited about getting Catherine here. And her job is a lot more broad-based than just writing grants, but she brings a level of expertise to work with the commissioner and the rest of the staff in trying to do that. But she also brings a great experience in the P-12 sector. And, you know, during her tenure in public schools, she served as the Chief Education Officer of a charter school, as a secondary principal and assistant principal, which probably is one of the hardest jobs around, as the coordinator for finance and communications of a magnet school, as well as a business and vocational educational teacher. So I think she is a perfect fit for what we're trying to do in participation success, and especially when we look at HB1 and collaborating with that sector. So we have great expectations, Catherine. So no pressure, but welcome you, and we're delighted to have you here. On September 6th, our committee also met in Odessa, and what I'd like to do is just really tell you a few things about things we discussed which will not be addressed in the agenda today. We did hear a report on the proposed legislative package for participation success, and some of those recommendations came directly from the exemption and waiver report, which is one of the items within our body of agenda today. The other major legislative recommendations which we discussed dealt with financial aid. And again, I think that in our back in our last section, we are going to talk about some of the legislative actions, I believe, Bob, on a very broad basis.
That's correct.
We also discussed and adopted the funding priorities for the College for All Texans Foundation. And I think that's really important. Well, we have the meeting for the College for All Texans Foundation tomorrow in San Antonio, and Bob and the commissioner and I will be attending that together. But we have identified 5 major areas to challenge the foundation to go out and help us raise money. One of those, and those 5 areas are P-16 field specialist salaries and benefits, the stipends for the collegiate G-Force and work study, maintenance of Top Cat, the free online SAT and ACT test prep, development of a statewide student web portal, and also grants for local or regional P-16 councils. And it's a pretty sizable number. The encouraging thing is that the foundation has actively been requesting us to identify a set of priorities, and so we will present those at the foundation tomorrow. And then several written reports were provided to the committee at the Odessa meeting, including the quarterly update on the P-16 field specialists. The rest of the items that we discussed in the agenda are included on our agenda today. So back to that, I would direct you to 12B, and I really think we're going to skip over 12B because this is really an update on HB1 that we normally give to the board every single board meeting, but since we have had our prior presentation as a major policy discussion, that being from the commissioner, we will skip that section today. I think he said we did combine those 3 reports into one. Agenda item 12C is a report on the Carl D. Perkins Vocational and Technical Education Act, and that is for the money that went to basic grant and tech prep and state leadership activities for the year 2006 through 2007. Agenda item 12D is a report on the Perkins 4 changes and the implementation timeline. And since these both address the same issue, we're going to ask Dr. Dodds to give us a brief report on both those items.
Thank you very much. The Carl D. Perkins Act is a grant. It's a state-administered grant. It develops academic skills, career skills, and technical skills, both of the secondary and post-secondary education students who elect to enroll in career and technical education programs. The Texas Education Agency serves as the sole state agency for these grant funds. TEA receives approximately $95 million in federal funds, of which the coordinating board for 06-07 received approximately $46 million of these funds in order to disperse. As described in 12C, this fiscal year, approximately $32.5 million was allocated to basic grants to improve technical education, about $3.3 million to state leadership grants for staff development, curriculum development, P-16 partnerships, and approximately $8.3 million went to tech prep to help provide seamless transition from secondary to post-secondary education. To link the two and to continue with Perkins, the 12D item, the coordinating board will coordinate, we will collaborate with Texas Education Agency in defining Perkins 4 state plan, which is due April 2007. Together we will we'll decide what the state plan needs to look like in alignment, in accordance
with state priorities, and of course with Closing the Gaps initiatives. We will work on a 2007-2008 transition plan, which will be followed by a 5-year state plan. This multi-agency developmental process will include defining spending parameters and requirements aligned to closing the gaps. An advisory group will be formed to provide field input, and our proposed plan will then be presented to TEA for final collaboration and submission to the Department of Ed. Perkins 4 is a change this year. It will emphasize accountability at the secondary level, which is closely aligned with the No Child Left Behind Act. It does give us an option to merge tech prep funds under the basic grant program. It does ask for higher levels of accountability, and we do have state flexibility on how to best use the Perkins resources.
Captain, would you or the Commissioner comment on the ability of the coordinating board to utilize up to, 10% of the reserve for other purposes, and what we're doing this year and what you anticipate next year?
Yes, we are going to use a portion of that 10%. We're not going to pull back the 10% all at once, because it would be too much of a shock to the existing Perkins programs. But we're going to pull back some portion of that money, probably somewhere in the range of $1 million, to fund some pilot projects in developmental education. One of the provisions of Perkins is to ensure that students have the ability to complete post-secondary education programs, and obviously improving success in developmental education programs is key to that. And then as Perkins 4 kicks into place, we are going to take a look at how we can use that money in much closer alignment with closing the gaps. Because historically, the relationship between the way we've used the allocated Perkins money and the goals of closing the gaps has been either coincidental or inadvertent. It hasn't been nearly as closely aligned as it ought to be, so that's the direction we're moving in.
Any questions at all about the Perkins money? I guess that totaled $40 million for 2006, so those are very substantial funding.
Close to it, yes. Yeah. And we have discretion to use about 10% of that, 3.8 million, in that range.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious, how many these kind of courses, tech prep, are dual credit, or any of them?
Tech prep is a program that is not similar to dual credit, but it provides early college credit for students. Students who take tech prep courses, those are career and technology courses in high school. If that school has an agreement with a 2-year college, they can take those courses at the high school, and when they enroll at the college in their first semester, they will be awarded credit for those beginning courses they took in high school. It's an articulated program as compared to receiving the credit when you take the course in the way dual credit does.
Okay.
Now, a number of our colleges are offering technical courses in the high schools for dual credit. But these particular program, the tech prep program, is different.
Okay.
Other questions? Both these are reports that do not require any action of the board. Thank you, Catherine, for helping us understand that better. Agenda item 12E is on the consent calendar. And I will say it's a consent item, but I would say most of the board should have already seen this report in Odessa. This was the report on the evaluation of the state's exemption of waiver programs. If you've not read that, I encourage you to do that, because there's recommendations in there as to how we better align those programs. And again, it's about a 60-page report, so we won't go into it, but it is on the consent item.
We do have extra copies available.
Okay. And I think if everybody, for those people who attended the Participation Success Committee, which is almost a majority of the board, I think, in Odessa, you probably heard that report. Agenda item 12F is an update on the Higher Education Star Awards, and Glenda Behrens will give us an update.
Very quickly, a reminder, the Star Awards ceremony is on November 6th. It's at the Radisson Hotel here in Austin. It starts at 6 o'clock with a reception dinner. The actual program part starts at 6:30 p.m. We have special thanks to Lynn Phillips, Lori Bricker, and Nancy Neal for being the coordinating board set of reviewers this time. And we have 8 finalists, and from the finalists, the commissioner has made a selection of award winners. The finalists are Amarillo College's Disability Services Program, Austin Community College's College Connection Program, Stephen F. Austin State University's Academic Assistance and Resource Center, Tarrant County's Sure Start Program, UTEP's Chemistry Peer Leader Program, Texas Southmost College and the University of Texas at Brownsville's Office of Pre-Medical Education Programs, the University of North Texas Computer Science and Engineering Recruiting and Retention Program, and the Yes College Preparatory Schools in Houston. And those are in alphabetical order and in no way the ranking that was provided by the 9 members of the review committee. If you have specific questions, we'd be happy to answer those. Those of you who have offered to participate in the program in the actual ceremony, this next week, Georgia Hottie, my assistant, will be sending you your script. We were very careful to get proper help for pronouncing names. We had a little bubble last year, if you'll remember. And I think we've resolved that issue, and I appreciate all of you who offered to help.
Chairman, one of the issues last year, too, is that in years past, we had a video presentation of each of the programs. Are we going to do that this year?
We are going to have that this year, and we will have a description not only in the program, but we are asking, I believe you may be one of the people we're going to be asking to provide the description of the programs up front. You'll remember that our former board chair had asked us to do it as quickly as we could, and so we stripped the program back some last year, and we have reinstated it.
We'll overlook that rule.
Ms. Bricker?
I was going to ask the same question because I think it's really important that really the goal of even having the Star Awards is not just to highlight the winners, but also to allow others to see the wonderful programs that are being held in different parts of the state so that they can be replicated. And if they don't know what they are, then that part is lost. One of the things I would encourage you all to do, I kind of fell into it last year accidentally, but if there is a particular program in your geographic area, to encourage your Chamber of Commerce or your whatever organization to host something for them so that the other members of the community can honor them as well. The Greater Houston Partnership was wonderful last year and gave little plaques for all of the winners in the Greater Houston area. So it gives them, I think it is a really big deal, and it really makes them feel all the better to have it in their own geographic area.
Great idea.
Mr. Chairman, this may be one of the very few times that I ever would disagree with the former chairman of our board, but I agree totally. This is a big deal, and it is an extremely fun night, and it gives us one of the few opportunities outside of this setting to showcase some really good programs. So, in echoing what Lori and Neil and I know others feel, I think we need to take the appropriate amount of time to recognize these people.
I think we have that built in, and after you've had a chance to look at the script, you will have everybody's comment.
Right.
I appreciate your input.
Sure. And just out of curiosity, how many of the board members think they'll be able to make it that night? Good. That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Glenn. Appreciate that. We also have that same day a governing board conference from 12:30 It's about 5. Then we have the dinner, and then the governing board conference continues the next morning for another, I guess, till noon the next day, right?
Yeah.
Did it get changed?
I think it's noon.
I think it is. It's noon to noon.
College office got the schedule, what did it say?
12:30, I think.
On Tuesday.
The last one I had was 4 o'clock.
Yeah, originally it was
12:30 registration, and 1 o'clock welcome from our chairman.
What about the next day?
What's the next
On the next day.
Wait, when it ends, Fred?
Yeah.
When it ends. I guess I should have listened before. 2 o'clock adjournment.
2 o'clock, okay.
Agenda item 12G is consideration of adopting new sections 4.171 through 4.174 of board rules concerning college readiness standards and adopting an amendment to section 4.3 of the board rules concerning definitions for rules that apply to all public institutions of higher education. And before we discuss this item or entertain a motion, I just want to, we've heard a lot about vertical teams, and that's really what these rules are dealing with. As you remember, our staff has been working with TEA and the LBB and the governor's office over the past several months on basically on a number of assignments that are called for in that piece of legislature. And one of those assignments is the creation of statewide discipline-based vertical teams. And those teams are going to have responsibility for predominantly 2 things. One, working together to recommend the college readiness standards, and secondly, the recommendations for the curriculum development and alignment. I should say really alignment more than development. And as you'll notice, these rule changes, if you read through them, they provide that this group will be composed of 60% higher ed, 40% P through 12 in terms of determining the college readiness standards. And then that flips to 40-60 when we start talking about the issues of rigor of curriculum so that we are providing both groups ample opportunity for where their fields of expertise are. There was also one, as you will notice, this was sent out for comments, and we got a comment from the governor's office about the importance of engaging business and industry in this process and this work of the vertical teams. As a result of that, there's been a change made that there will be an advisory committee which the commissioner will work for, which will have the business community representing the 6 target cluster industries represented there. So we will have that input. Does anybody have any questions about these rules at all? They could have a motion approving those. Mr. Bricker, a second. Ms. Mendoza, all those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed by nay. Thank you. Agenda items 12H through K are all on the consent calendar, and that concludes our report.
Mr. Chairman, before you conclude your report, we've got, as you know, we had a meeting some time ago of representatives of TASB, TASA, Commissioner's Office, and Chancellors and President's Council, ICUT, community colleges. It was the first time, I think, ever that we had all of those folks in the same room. We've got a follow-up meeting on the 28th from 10 to noon here. And I would encourage any of you, the board members that could attend, you should have all gotten emails on that. But one of the things I asked David to do is I thought was important, particularly for the representatives from Texas Association of School Administrators, with the superintendent and Texas Association of School Boards and those board members, is to bring back part of the presentation, those P16 council reps from El Paso and from Houston, so that group could share what a meaningful P16 council really, how effective they can be, and that'll be part of that meeting that day. So I hope that's on your calendars.
You know, the only other suggestion I make to that, we took a group down and visited with the Greater Houston P16 plus. It's long, but we took a group down from our community, from TISD, who's very interested, And that was a great look also because you got to hear feedback from that group as to the challenges they went through and putting that P through 16 council together, shared with us copies of their bylaws, what their initiatives were looking like. It's still very much what I'd call in the embryonic stages. I mean, they're working towards implementation, but a lot of great work you can really learn from that. So Laurie, maybe you can be here to represent.
Well, Houston, we've invited the Houston group too, El Paso and Houston both, and I think it's important for the leadership on the public ed side to understand what those councils can mean to them, and I just don't think that's really widely out there, and this is going to be the leadership that can see what's going on there. So.
And if you're on the Participation Success Committee, it's a great opportunity to go and hear firsthand what the superintendents and people think about HB1. And the great thing in that meeting is we got a lot of not just listening, but a lot of what I'd call very constructive feedback as to what they thought could and couldn't be done, and then how we address those issues. So I'd encourage the whole board to come, but particularly on the Participation Success Committee.
Also, next week or the week after, we're going to meet with the Austin group in Houston, and so our two boards are going to meet. And one of the things I'd like to ask of the coordinating board agency itself is that perhaps they could coordinate a meeting of all of the P16s, either in Austin or, we're happy to host it in Houston, whatever's easiest, so that we can get a better feel for what the state P16, because none of us, at least I don't think we have a real good feel for what you all are doing on the statewide, and that way we could maybe kind of all talk the same talk, and that would be really helpful. And another thing I want to bring up is that several months ago, when we had the presentation by the financial aid directors of the different colleges and universities, and I asked a question about the FAFSA form and how that relates to those students who are on free and reduced lunch. We are going to pilot, we have a meeting next Monday in Spring Branch at Northbrook High School, and the field specialists are going to work with me and work with them to see how Northbrook High School has an amazing Go Center. I mean, it is incredible. It's probably like the size of this part of the room, with a full-time staff person with computers and everything. And she's a former English teacher, and she brings in the students classes upon classes upon classes to work with them. So we're going to work with them on seeing how we can interface students that are on free and reduced lunch with information about FAFSA from the time they're in ninth grade. Certainly any time, before that is wonderful, but at least from ninth grade on, that they can get a feel for what that's going to look like. And I think that also ties in nicely with the commission report from Secretary Spellings in simplifying or doing away with or whatever the FAFSA to make it easier for students and parents to understand it. And I guess that brings me to the third question is, could we, as a board, invite Charles Miller to come speak to us so that we can all get a better understanding of what that commission report is about? And I mean, he's from Texas. We ought to take advantage of that. So I'd like to request that we invite him to a meeting or a workshop.
The short answer is yes.
Yes.
And I think we've all been provided with a copy of that report. That's a great report, and it's also on our website if you want to pull it off.
Right.
Great. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Laurie, as a side note to that, we actually had Charles speak, 2 years ago?
Last year.
I'm sorry, a year ago.
Last year, yeah.
Yeah. But he is good, and that's a good suggestion. We will get him. Next, I'd like to move on to the Agency Operations Commission report. Actually, under item B, we took that out of order dealing with the bond resolution and acted on that earlier. Item number C is 13C is consideration of approval of investment policy, which we're going to table until next time. We're not quite ready to move forward on that. Item number D is consideration of approval of contracts under our new policy in excess of $750,000. I'd like to call on Ken Vickers, Assistant Commissioner for Administrative Services, to walk us through these. Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'll remember at the July meeting, there was a presentation and Mr. Dan Weaver presented some options of the direction that could be taken for the student loan information system. And the board had given direction at that time to the option with Charter Hounds, and that was approval essentially to go in this direction. The contract itself was only received and essentially approved by staff on both sides last week. So at this point in time, we're asking for the board's approval of this contract for $1,235,000 for the first year of this contract.
May I have a motion to that effect? Motion made by Mr. Ryder, seconded by Mr. Heldenfeld. Any further discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Carried. And thank you very much. I'm going to skip real quick to item F. Seems a little funny having had Bill on for a while, but first and foremost, I'd like to thank fellow board members Lynn Phillips and Neil Adams serving on a little ad hoc committee, helping the commissioner sort through various and sundry applications for our new legal counsel. And Mr. Adams, I'd like to call on you for just a minute to kind of tell people about the process, and then we'll introduce our general counsel, who has already been hard at work.
Well, and that's a little bit of a change, and the reason this is coming to the board is that the general counsel will report to both the commissioner and to the board. We posted the position, received 17 applications. We chose to interview 5. One of those withdrew because she had obtained other employment. By the time we got to the interview process, we interviewed 4. That was Lynn Phillips, myself, the commissioner, and David Gardner. And it's the recommendation of the ad hoc committee that Bill Franz be retained as the general counsel for the courting board from the board's perspective. Bill comes with a wide variety of experience in state agencies. He comes from as general counsel for one of the sections of the Public Utilities Commission. Prior to that, in his prior life, he was the executive director of SBEC. Prior to that, he was counsel for SBEC. And then prior to that, he and his wife, who was also an attorney, had a law firm in Missouri, principally dealing with labor relation issues. So, in the litigation side. And it is with great pleasure that I make a motion that we retain Bill Franz as the general counsel for Texas Higher Education Courting Board.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Seconded by Paul Foster. Any further discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Same sign. Motion carries. Bill, would you stand up and be recognized? Happy to have you, Bill.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah.
Thank you again.
As can normally happen to me on occasions, I've had an oversight this morning, and thanks to my good friend Nancy Neal, she's brought it to my attention. But we do have a new member of our board, and it's his first board meeting, not his first meeting, but his first board meeting, and he has certainly been an active participant. Fred, we welcome you formally to the board. We're happy to have you, happy to have your participation. More than anything, we're happy that you're back on your feet. Me too. Had a little bout there, but I would welcome any comments that you would like to make at this time. Albeit I apologize for it being late in the day.
I think I've milked this being introduced thing about as far as.
Good. Happy to have you. Our next item, which is actually the last item, we figured that we would talk a little bit about legislative issues for the upcoming session and use this under the agency operations report to visit with about. First and foremost, We're talking about the issue of P316 alignment and college readiness. We've talked extensively about that. I think our general thoughts are that there'll probably be some cleanup to this bill. And as you can see in your handout, one of the things that has already been decided that will have to be addressed legislatively, and that is that Commissioner of Education Shirley Neely and Raymond got together and agreed in mid-September that an administration of the Governor's School Program was a better fit for us here at the coordinating board than it was at the TEA. And although we have a memorandum of understanding, we're going to have some legislation to go back in and create that transfer. So that's one of the things. But we'll be watching that very closely. The other, which is at the very top of our agenda, and we have talked about extensively, especially as we adopted our LAR earlier, and that's financial aid. Both the financial aid umbrella, if you will, when we talk about Texas grants, we talk about beyond time, work study, and then also TEGs. Raymond and myself and Neil testified, seems like a lifetime ago, I think it was just Tuesday, before Senate Education, and made that case. There's several different ideas down there, and I think this will probably have a long way to go before we finally reach a decision of exactly where we're going to end up on financial aid. One of the things that I would mention to you, as the umbrella, if you will, was created during the last session, it was a very good idea in concept, and the thought was that you might be able to create a 2x2 program with Texas grants and beyond time. Unfortunately, it really didn't work like that because in the funding patterns of the bill, all those resources were committed in the various strategies, so you didn't really have any ability to move it around. And I'm sure during this session there will be discussions about that, so that will continue to be a very high priority. One of the other things, and I really don't need to go back through this because Mr. Adams did a very good job explaining the capital funding ad hoc committee that we have, trying to look at, is there a better way to approach capital investment in higher ed other than the current TRB program. And so we're very hopeful that we can reach some sort of consensus with our working group to carry forward and make a recommendation during the next session. Neil, you have any further thing you want to add to that? Formula funding can always be an issue. Our formula funding, I think there'll be some discussions about that as well. One of the other issues that I know is very near and dear to all of our hearts, and it's been talked about in one form or another during this meeting today, and that's long-term planning for higher ed. I think we all readily acknowledge how critical that is, and all you have to do is go down and testify and listen to, in this case, this week it was senators all struggle with this answer. And at this point, I think, Commissioner, I know you'd agree, I think they're looking over here at us to try to help formulate a plan. So we're going to be working diligently in that area. Raymond, is there anything else? Oh, wait a minute. Two other things that I think are very important in that regard as well. Back to our LAR. We talked about the JAMP program, the Joint Admissions Medical Program, and the nursing shortage program. Senator Jane Nelson had a particular interest in this, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but it sure seemed like to me that if we had some ideas about that, and especially how to leverage current resources and maybe some additional resources, she wanted to hear those ideas. And I know Raymond took it to heart, and we're going to really look into that. I think that's a good opportunity for us. Raymond, anything else you can?
Can you?
Yeah. Well, before we do that real quick, I just want to ask the board, is there anything in this regard that is on y'all's mind that we can think about, talk about, and anticipate for this session?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
A couple of issues that we've talked about that have been issues for us this past year. One is on the Open Meetings Act is being able as a member to participate in a meeting by telephone, and we're going to pursue that, and then as well as an issue of confidentiality of the commissioner's appraisal process.
Yes.
And so we've also received from Tim Dytloff, our bond counsel, some recommendations based on recent issues we've dealt with on some of our bond programs that we asked him to look at, providing us some suggestions that would provide us some maximum flexibility in the way we handle bonds, and he's done that. And we're gonna,
good point.
Okay.
Well, is there anything else that you think of offhand that you're working on? This is obviously a moving target, without question, so we will make every attempt to try to keep you all informed and involved as these things evolve over time. Commissioner, is your report, what, about an hour and a half?
No, it's actually under 2 minutes, I'm sure.
Yes.
I'd simply like to introduce a couple of new staff members to the board. You've already met Catherine Dykes and Bill Franz. I'd also like to introduce Gary Johnstone, who is a new Deputy Assistant Commissioner in the Planning and Accountability Division. Gary? Patrick Krishock joined the coordinating board this month as Program Director in the Finance and Resource Planning Division. Patrick? And then somebody who needs no introduction, but this is the first time we've actually formally introduced him to the board, Dan Weaver, who's Acting Deputy Assistant Commissioner for the Student Services. Marina Wright, who joined the coordinating board in October as a grant writer in the Outreach and Success Division, and this underscores a new priority that we've established for raising extramural funding for our participation success programs. Nina? And then last, Jennifer Dye, who is the single audit report reviewer in the Participation Success Division. Jennifer? Okay, all right.
Good to go work.
I'm done.
Well, if there's no further business to come before the coordinating board, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Moved by Mr. Adams, seconded by everybody else in the room. We stand adjourned.